I have found out that the government has retrieved between 10 and 15 actual flying saucers, 3 of which have been in perfect condition, 1 of which they tried to fly. They have between 30 and 50 alien bodies in cryogenic storage.
And now I'll ask Officer Stein and his colleagues to escort the accused into the room so that we may all look upon the guilty party. Don't get him too close to me, please. That's, Now, this just goes to show that you guys are entirely too serious.
You got it on video?
I am getting on video. If those are falling stars, then we have a lot of wishes.
Did you go through the secret files, the UFO documents? Because if I was president, that'd be the first thing I did. Now that you're out of office, you can do anything you want, right?
True, yeah. But I'm not telling you.
You're not telling me what? Are you not telling me that you looked at them?
I'm not telling you nothing.
When it comes to aliens, there's some things I just can't tell you on air.
If we are faking a UFO situation, do you think that there's technology that's available to people in the United States that is beyond our current understanding of what's possible?
90% no.
Do you understand the implications of disclosure? Robert Bigelow said to me, "They're walking among us." I said, "What do you mean they're walking among us?" He said, They're walking among us. They live right here. We've done extensive studies on the impacts of this story would have on the general population globally. He said the economy would collapse, organized religion would collapse.
I can confirm to you all here today right now that there are no aliens in Miami in Bayside Marketplace at the moment.
This is an example of one that I showed at the hearing recently. This is a spherical orb, metallic, in the Middle East, 2022, by an MQ-9. This is a typical example of the thing that we see most of. We see these all over the world.
You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
The FBI now investigating multiple reports of unidentified drones flying over New Jersey, some as large as a small car.
And one of the things that you said was that if they showed you what they showed me, this was your quote, you wouldn't want people to know it either.
UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP technologies, as are some of our adversaries. I believe we are in the midst of a multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies.
This video features unverified and speculative content about UFOs and extraterrestrial life, presented for entertainment purposes only. In 1180 BCE, an account purportedly recorded on an ancient Egyptian papyrus, now known as the Tulli Papyrus, described an unusual aerial phenomenon. This document, named after Alberto Tulli, a former director of the Vatican Museum, allegedly contains hieroglyphic text detailing the appearance of circles of fire in the sky during the reign of Pharaoh Thutmose III. The papyrus is said to recount a bizarre incident where the scribes of the House of Life observed multiple luminous objects moving across the Egyptian heavens. These objects were reportedly described as circles of fire that were more numerous than the stars and shone more brilliantly than the sun. The text supposedly goes on to describe how these mysterious circles expanded in size and number, ascending higher in the sky before disappearing. This ancient document has sparked considerable interest among those researching potential historical evidence of unidentified aerial phenomena. Some researchers claim that the Tulli Papyrus represents one of the earliest written accounts of what modern observers might classify as a UFO sighting. They argue that the description of the circles of fire bears a striking resemblance to contemporary reports of unexplained aerial objects. Skeptics have raised questions about the provenance of the document, pointing out that the original papyrus has never been located or subjected to rigorous scientific analysis. Some scholars suggest that the text may be a modern forgery or a misinterpretation of conventional astronomical observations. Advocates for its significance argue that, if genuine, it could represent a pivotal piece of evidence suggesting that unexplained aerial phenomena have been observed and recorded throughout human history. The alleged sighting described in the Tulli Papyrus is often cited by researchers exploring the possibility of ancient astronaut theories. They speculate that advanced beings may have visited Earth in antiquity, leaving behind traces in historical records and mythology. In 329 BCE, an intriguing incident reportedly occurred during Alexander the Great's campaign in Asia, which has since been interpreted by some as a possible early encounter with unidentified flying objects. According to historical accounts, Alexander's armies were crossing a river when they witnessed a peculiar phenomenon in the sky. Soldiers in Alexander's forces allegedly observed two flying shields that appeared in the air above them. These objects were described as gleaming metallic discs that moved with great speed and agility. The appearance of these mysterious aerial phenomena purportedly caused significant alarm among the troops, leading to a state of confusion and fear within the ranks. Some theorists suggest that the flying shields could have been advanced spacecraft piloted by beings from another world, potentially observing or even interfering with human military operations. The incident is often cited as one of the earliest recorded instances of what modern UFO researchers might classify as a close encounter. Advocates of the ancient astronaut hypothesis claim that this event, along with similar accounts from antiquity, could indicate a long history of extraterrestrial presence on Earth, predating modern UFO sightings by millennia. Some scholars argue that the tale may have been embellished or misinterpreted over time, while others maintain that it could be based on a genuine occurrence that was simply beyond the understanding of people in that era. During the Second Punic War, which spanned from 218 to 201 BCE, a series of unusual aerial phenomena were reportedly observed and documented by the Roman historian Titus Livius, more commonly known as Livy. These sightings, described as phantom ships in the sky, have become a point of interest for those studying historical accounts of unexplained aerial objects. Livy's records indicate that witnesses observed what appeared to be spectral vessels gliding through the air above the battlefield. These apparitions were said to have caused considerable consternation among the Roman and Carthaginian forces alike. The description of these aerial anomalies as ships is particularly intriguing, as it suggests a structured, crafted nature to the objects rather than amorphous lights or natural phenomena. The context of these sightings is significant. The Second Punic War was a pivotal conflict in ancient history, with Rome and Carthage vying for supremacy in the Mediterranean. The high stakes of the war and the stress of battle could potentially influence eyewitness accounts. However, supporters of the ancient astronaut theory argue that times of conflict might attract the attention of extraterrestrial observers, leading to increased sightings during such periods. Critics, however, point out that Livy's account was written long after the events of the Second Punic War, and may include elements of folklore or exaggeration. They suggest that natural phenomena such as unusual cloud formations, atmospheric optical effects, or even comets could explain these sightings. Nonetheless, the inclusion of such accounts in historical records by respected figures like Livy adds weight to the argument that unexplained aerial phenomena have been a persistent feature of human experience. In 76 BCE, the renowned Roman author and natural philosopher Pliny the Elder documented a curious celestial event that continues to intrigue those interested in historical accounts of unexplained aerial phenomena. According to Pliny's writings, observers witnessed what was described as a spark descending from a star, gradually increasing in size as it approached the Earth. This account is particularly noteworthy in the context of UFO and extraterrestrial disclosure due to its unusual nature and the credibility of its source. Pliny the Elder was known for his meticulous observations and recordings of natural phenomena, lending weight to this report. The description of the object as a spark that grew larger as it neared the ground has led some researchers to speculate about its true nature. Advocates of ancient astronaut theories suggest that this could have been an early sighting of a spacecraft entering Earth's atmosphere. They argue that the increasing size could be interpreted as an object coming closer to the observers, rather than physically expanding. Skeptics offer alternative explanations for Pliny's account. Some suggest that the spark could have been a meteor or fireball, natural phenomena that were poorly understood in ancient times. The apparent growth in size could be attributed to perspective as the object approached, or to the spreading of particles as a meteor broke up in the atmosphere. Regardless of its true nature, this incident is significant in the narrative of UFO disclosure because it represents one of the earliest detailed accounts of an anomalous aerial event from a respected historical figure. The precision of Pliny's description, noting the object's origin from a star and its changing appearance, adds a level of detail often lacking in ancient accounts. In 85 CE, the Greek historian and essayist Plutarch documented a peculiar occurrence during a battle that has since captured the attention of those interested in historical accounts of unusual phenomena. According to Plutarch's writings, participants in the conflict reported hearing a strange, trumpet-like sound emanating from the sky above the battlefield. This incident is particularly intriguing in the context of UFO and extraterrestrial disclosure due to its auditory nature, which sets it apart from many visual sightings recorded throughout history. The description of a trumpet-like sound suggests a powerful, attention-grabbing noise that was distinct enough to be noticed amidst the chaos of battle. Some researchers in the field of ancient astronaut theories posit that this auditory event could be evidence of advanced technology at work. They speculate that the sound might have been produced by an extraterrestrial craft or device, perhaps as a means of communication or as a byproduct of its propulsion system. The battlefield context of this event is noteworthy, as it echoes previous accounts such as the flying shields observed during Alexander the Great's campaigns and the phantom ships reported during the Second Punic War. This pattern of unusual occurrences during military conflicts has led some theorists to suggest that extraterrestrial beings might have a particular interest in human warfare, possibly observing or even influencing the outcomes of battles. Skeptics, however, offer alternative explanations for the phenomenon. They argue that the stress and confusion of battle could lead to misinterpretation of natural sounds, or that the account might be an embellishment added to create a sense of divine intervention or omen. Some point out that certain atmospheric conditions can create unusual acoustic effects, potentially explaining the trumpet-like sound. Despite these differing interpretations, Plutarch's account remains significant in the study of historical-related phenomena. As a respected historian of his time, Plutarch's inclusion of this event in his writings lends it a degree of credibility that has made it a subject of interest for centuries. The trumpet-like sound reported in 85 CE stands as a unique entry in the annals of unexplained phenomena, offering a different perspective on potential extraterrestrial manifestations. In 312 CE, a purported celestial phenomenon caught the attention of Roman Emperor Constantine and his army as they prepared for a pivotal battle. According to historical accounts, Constantine and his troops allegedly witnessed a luminous cross manifesting in the daytime sky, accompanied by the Greek words "en teutonika," in this sign, conquer. While traditionally interpreted as a Christian miracle, some unconventional theorists have proposed an alternative explanation for this event, suggesting it may have been an early documented instance of extraterrestrial contact or intervention. These individuals argue that the described aerial display bears similarities to modern reports of unexplained aerial phenomena, particularly those involving luminous objects or geometric shapes in the sky. Proponents of this unorthodox viewpoint contend that advanced extraterrestrial civilizations might have been monitoring and potentially influencing human affairs throughout history. They speculate that the reported vision could have been a deliberate demonstration of otherworldly technology, possibly aimed at shaping the course of human events during a critical juncture in Roman history. It's worth noting that Constantine's vision allegedly occurred at a time when Christianity was still a minority religion in the Roman Empire. The emperor's subsequent conversion and promotion of Christianity had far-reaching consequences for Western civilization. Those who entertain extraterrestrial involvement in this event suggest that it could have been a calculated move to steer human society in a specific direction. Critics of this interpretation maintain that more conventional explanations, such as atmospheric phenomena, psychological factors, or embellished historical accounts, are more plausible. However, adherents to the notion of ancient alien interactions argue that dismissing such historical anomalies outright may prevent us from fully understanding our past and potential extraterrestrial connections. In 776 CE, during the reign of Charlemagne, the king of the Franks, an intriguing incident was recorded in historical chronicles. According to the chronicles, a flaming shield was observed descending from the sky during Charlemagne's campaign against the Saxons. This unusual occurrence reportedly took place at the castle of Sigeberg, where the Frankish forces were engaged in battle. The accounts suggest that this mysterious object appeared suddenly, hovering above the church within the castle grounds. Those who entertain the possibility of extraterrestrial involvement in human history suggest that this event could have been a deliberate display of otherworldly presence. Some speculate that advanced civilizations might have been monitoring significant historical figures or pivotal moments in human development, with Charlemagne's reign certainly qualifying as a crucial period in European history. The timing and location of this alleged sighting have also fueled speculation. Occurring during a military campaign, some theorists posit that it could have been an attempt by extraterrestrial beings to influence the outcome of the conflict, or to observe human warfare. Others suggest it might have been a form of non-interventionist surveillance of human activities. Critics of these interpretations argue that more mundane explanations should be considered, such as natural atmospheric phenomena, misidentified celestial objects, or embellishments in historical records. However, those who advocate for a broader understanding of human extraterrestrial interactions contend that dismissing such accounts outright may lead us to overlook valuable clues about our past. In 1235, an unusual celestial event was documented in Japan. According to Japanese chronicles, witnesses observed what they described as stars, moving in peculiar patterns across the night sky. These luminous objects were reportedly seen flying back and forth, exhibiting behavior unlike that of typical celestial bodies. The description of objects moving in nonlinear patterns suggests controlled flight. The term stars used in the Japanese chronicles is particularly interesting to UFO enthusiasts. They suggest that pre-modern observers, lacking the vocabulary to describe advanced technology, might have used familiar celestial terms to describe unfamiliar aerial objects. Critics of extraterrestrial interpretations of this event might suggest alternative explanations, such as meteor showers, atmospheric phenomena, or even exaggerated accounts of natural celestial events. In 1271, an incident occurred at Byland Abbey in England. According to records from the time, monks at the abbey reportedly witnessed a flying object like a disc in the sky above their monastery. They argue that the monks, as educated individuals of their time, would have been reliable observers, capable of distinguishing between common celestial phenomena and truly unusual occurrences. The location of the sighting at a religious institution has also sparked speculation among some researchers. They propose that extraterrestrial visitors might have shown particular interest in human spiritual or cultural centers, possibly as part of a study of Earth's civilizations. This theory aligns with other historical accounts of unusual aerial phenomena observed near significant religious or cultural sites. It's worth noting that the 13th century was a period of significant intellectual and cultural development in Europe, including advancements in astronomy and natural philosophy. Some unconventional thinkers suggest that increased observations of unexplained phenomena during this era could be linked to a heightened extraterrestrial interest in human progress. Critics of extraterrestrial interpretations might offer alternative explanations for the monk's sighting, such as misidentified natural phenomena, atmospheric anomalies, or even metaphorical religious visions. In 1290, another notable incident occurred in England that has since become part of the historical record of unexplained aerial phenomena. According to accounts from the time, witnesses in Yorkshire reported observing a round silver object traversing the skies above their region. The terminology used bears a striking resemblance to many modern UFO reports, suggesting a potential continuity in the appearance of these mysterious aerial phenomena across centuries. This similarity has led some theorists to propose that the same type of craft or beings might have been visiting Earth for an extended period. In 1461, an unusual celestial event was documented in the skies above Arras, France. According to historical records, witnesses reported observing what they described as a fiery ship traversing the heavens. The use of the term ship suggests an object with defined structure and purpose, rather than a random atmospheric occurrence. The fiery aspect of the sighting could be interpreted as a form of propulsion or energy emission, drawing parallels with modern reports of glowing or illuminated UFOs. This event occurred during a period of significant political and social upheaval in France, known as the Wars of the Roses. Critics of extraterrestrial interpretations might offer alternative explanations for the Eris sighting, such as misidentified comets, meteors, or other natural phenomena. In 1492, during his renowned voyage across the Atlantic Ocean, Christopher Columbus documented an unusual sighting. According to Columbus's log, he and several crew members aboard the Santa Maria observed what was described as a light glimmering at a distance in the night sky. This incident, occurring just hours before the expedition's landmark sighting of land in the Americas, has sparked curiosity among researchers exploring the possibility of extraterrestrial encounters throughout human history. The timing of this observation, coinciding with one of the most significant moments in the age of exploration, has led some to speculate about potential otherworldly interest in human advancement and discovery. The nature of the glimmering light has been subject to various interpretations. Some unconventional theorists propose that it could have been evidence of an extraterrestrial craft observing this pivotal moment in human history. They argue that the movement and behavior of the light, as described by Columbus, do not align with known natural phenomena of the time. Critics of extraterrestrial interpretations might offer alternative explanations for Columbus's sighting, such as bioluminescent sea creatures, atmospheric phenomena, or even the misidentification of distant island fires. In 1561, the city of Nuremberg, Germany, was witness to a peculiar and widely documented celestial event that has since become a subject of intense interest for those studying historical accounts of unexplained aerial phenomena. According to contemporary reports and a famous broadsheet illustration, residents of Nuremberg observed a spectacular display in the sky, featuring a variety of shapes and objects engaged in what some interpreted as an aerial battle. The event, which reportedly occurred at dawn on April 14, 1561, was described in detail by Hans Glaser, a local artist and journalist. Glaser's account, published in a broadsheet later that year, depicted numerous objects of various shapes, including spheres, cylinders, crescents, and what appeared to be large black triangular objects. These forms were said to have emerged from the sun and engaged in a complex aerial display, with some objects reportedly crashing to the ground in a cloud of smoke. This incident is particularly significant in the context of UAP and extraterrestrial disclosure due to its detailed documentation and the scale of the event. The Nuremberg sighting stands out among historical accounts for the sheer number of witnesses and the complexity of the phenomena described. Some researchers view this event as potential evidence of large-scale extraterrestrial activity, or even conflict in Earth's skies. The variety of shapes described in the account has led some to speculate about the possibility of different extraterrestrial factions or civilizations interacting in Earth's atmosphere. The timing of the Nuremberg event, occurring during the Renaissance period, is also noteworthy. This era was marked by significant advancements in science, art, and human understanding of the cosmos. Some unconventional thinkers propose that such periods of human progress might attract increased attention from extraterrestrial observers, potentially explaining the dramatic nature of this sighting. Critics of extraterrestrial interpretations have offered alternative explanations for the Nuremberg event, ranging from unusual atmospheric phenomena to misinterpretations of celestial events like meteor showers or sundogs. In 1566, just 5 years after the famous Nuremberg incident, another remarkable celestial event was documented in Basel, Switzerland. This occurrence, much like its predecessor, has become a focal point for those studying historical accounts of unexplained aerial phenomena and potential extraterrestrial visitations. According to contemporary reports and a woodcut illustration by Samuel Coccus, residents of Basel witnessed an extraordinary display in the sky on August 7, 1566. The account describes numerous spherical objects appearing in the sky, reportedly engaged in what some interpreted as aerial combat or a complex maneuver. These objects were said to be reddish in color and moved at high speeds across the heavens. The Basel event is particularly noteworthy in the context of UFO and extraterrestrial disclosure due to its similarities with the Nuremberg sighting. Both incidents occurred in Central Europe within a short time frame, featured multiple objects of various shapes, and were extensively documented by local artists and chroniclers. This parallel has led some researchers to suggest a pattern of increased extraterrestrial activity in the region during the mid-16th century. This era was marked by rapid advancements in science, art, and human understanding of the cosmos. Some unconventional thinkers propose that such periods of human progress might attract heightened attention from extraterrestrial observers, potentially explaining the dramatic nature of these sightings. Critics of extraterrestrial interpretations have offered alternative explanations for the Basel event, ranging from atmospheric phenomena to misinterpretations of natural celestial events. In 1638, an intriguing incident occurred near Lake Robozero in Russia. According to the Robozero Chronicle, villagers in the area reported witnessing a remarkable aerial phenomenon. The account describes a great fiery ball descending from the sky, an object of considerable size, estimated to be approximately 45 meters in diameter. This massive aerial anomaly was said to have produced a loud noise as it traversed the lake, leaving a lasting impression on those who observed it. The sheer scale and unusual characteristics of the object set this sighting apart from more common celestial events of the time. It is considered one of the earliest well-documented UFO sightings in Russian history, providing a valuable historical precedent for later reports in the region. The detailed nature of the account, including specific measurements and descriptions of the object's behavior, lends credibility to the witness's observations. Critics of extraterrestrial interpretations might offer alternative explanations for the Robozero event, such as misidentified natural phenomena or exaggerated accounts of meteorological events. In 1676, a significant observation was made by none other than Edmund Halley, the esteemed astronomer best known for his work on comets. Halley reported witnessing an unusual aerial phenomenon over England, which he described as a flying nocturnal light. According to Halley's account, the object he observed was peculiarly illuminated and moved at an extraordinary speed and altitude. The fact that such a distinguished scientist of the time found this occurrence remarkable enough to document lends considerable weight to the sighting. Halley's expertise in celestial observations would have made him well equipped to distinguish between common astronomical phenomena and truly anomalous events. Advocates of the extraterrestrial hypothesis often point to Halley's sighting as a prime example of a credible historical UFO encounter. They argue that the object's reported characteristics, its illumination, speed, and altitude, are consistent with modern descriptions of unidentified flying objects. The fact that these features were observed by a renowned astronomer of the 17th century adds a layer of scientific credibility to the account. Critics might argue that even experienced observers like Halley could misinterpret natural phenomena or be subject to optical illusions. Researchers in this field often emphasize the importance of such well-documented historical cases in establishing a comprehensive timeline of potential human extraterrestrial interactions. The flying nocturnal light incident also raises interesting questions about the nature of these phenomena and their potential observers throughout history. If extraterrestrial beings have indeed been visiting Earth, it's conceivable that they might take particular interest in our astronomical advancements and those making them. Halley's prominence in the field of astronomy could, in this speculative context, have made him a subject of extraterrestrial curiosity. In 1731, a remarkable series of sightings occurred across England. Numerous witnesses from various locations reported observing what they described as flying armies in the sky. According to accounts from the time, these aerial phenomena were not isolated incidents, but rather a coordinated display of multiple objects moving in formation. Witnesses described seeing a fleet of unidentified flying objects performing complex maneuvers and formations in the sky. The scale and coordinated nature of these sightings set them apart from more common celestial events or atmospheric phenomena of the era. The widespread nature of the sightings, with reports coming from multiple locations across England, lends credibility to the event and reduces the likelihood of localized misidentification. The description of complex maneuvers and formations suggests a level of control and technology far beyond the capabilities of 18th century human aviation. The term flying armies used by witnesses is especially intriguing to those studying historical UFO accounts. This description implies not only multiple objects, but also a sense of organization and purpose to their movements. Some researchers view this as potential evidence of a coordinated extraterrestrial presence or activity in Earth's skies during this period. Critics of extraterrestrial interpretations might offer alternative explanations for the 1731 event, such as misidentified natural phenomena, mass hallucination, or exaggerated accounts of meteorological events. In 1749, the event, which came to be known as the Three Suns phenomenon, garnered significant attention due to its peculiar nature and the credibility of its observers. On a seemingly ordinary day, numerous onlookers, including the esteemed Admiral Knowles, claimed to have observed a most unusual sight in the skies above the bustling English capital. According to their accounts, 3 luminous objects appeared in the heavens, arranged in a distinct triangular formation. This configuration immediately set the sighting apart from typical astronomical occurrences. Witnesses alleged that the 3 brilliant points of light gradually converged, merging into a single entity before vanishing from view entirely. This dynamic movement and apparent fusion defied conventional explanations of known celestial bodies or atmospheric phenomena. The presence of Admiral Knowles among the witnesses lent an air of credibility to the sighting. As a high-ranking naval officer, Knowles would have been well-versed in celestial navigation and familiar with various atmospheric conditions encountered at sea. His corroboration of the event suggested that what was observed was indeed out of the ordinary. Skeptics might argue that the sighting could be attributed to a rare atmospheric effect, such as a complex sundog or parhelion. However, the reported movement and merging of the objects challenge such conventional interpretations. The incident remains a mystery, as the technology and scientific understanding of the time were insufficient to provide a conclusive explanation. The 1749 London sighting is often cited by researchers and enthusiasts as an early example of the type of aerial anomalies that would become more frequently reported in subsequent centuries. It predates the Industrial Revolution and the advent of human flight, adding weight to the notion that unexplained phenomena in our skies have a long and rich history. In 1783, an incident occurred in Edo. This event involved a group of samurai, including one named Mohachi, who reportedly witnessed an extraordinary sight in the night sky. According to the accounts passed down through history, Mohachi and his fellow samurai observed a peculiar luminous object descending from the heavens. What set this sighting apart from conventional celestial events was the object's purported behavior and characteristics. Witnesses described the phenomenon as a radiant entity that exhibited the remarkable ability to alter its hue and form as it moved through the atmosphere. The samurai, trained observers accustomed to maintaining vigilance, were said to be perplexed by the object's movements. Its trajectory and maneuvers allegedly defied the natural laws as understood in 18th century Japan. The light was reported to change direction abruptly, hover in place, and perform aerial feats that were simply inexplicable given the technological limitations of the era. It predates the Industrial Revolution and the advent of powered flight by more than a century, ruling out many conventional explanations involving human-made aircraft or industrial phenomena. The detailed nature of the report, coming from respected members of the samurai class, lends a degree of credibility to the account. The color-changing aspect of the object is especially noteworthy. Some researchers have drawn parallels between this description and modern UFO sightings, where witnesses report craft exhibiting similar chromatic shifts. Critics might argue that the sighting could be attributed to a meteor, ball lightning, or other atmospheric anomalies. However, the reported duration of the event and the object's alleged ability to change shape and direction challenge these explanations. The incident remains unresolved, fueling ongoing debate about its true nature. The 1783 Edo sighting also highlights the importance of considering historical records from diverse cultures when examining the possibility of long-term extraterrestrial presence on Earth. In 1790, the tranquil Italian city of Siena became the stage for an extraordinary occurrence. This incident, which transpired during a religious festival, has come to be known as the angel hair event, due to the peculiar substance reportedly left behind by unidentified objects in the sky. According to accounts from the time, numerous witnesses observed a series of sphere-shaped objects traversing the heavens above Siena. These celestial anomalies were described as moving in ways that defied conventional understanding of atmospheric or astronomical phenomena. The object's appearance during a religious celebration added a layer of spiritual intrigue to the sighting, with some observers initially interpreting the event through a religious lens. What truly set this incident apart, however, was the unusual substance reportedly left in the wake of these airborne spheres. Witnesses described seeing a material descending from the sky that bore a striking resemblance to spiderwebs, or, as it came to be called, angel hair. This gossamer-like substance was said to float gently to the ground, creating a surreal and otherworldly scene that captivated onlookers. The most baffling aspect of this material was its alleged behavior upon contact. According to those who attempted to examine it closely, the angel hair would mysteriously disintegrate or sublimate when touched, leaving no trace behind. This evanescent quality has made scientific analysis of the substance challenging, if not impossible, contributing to the enduring mystery surrounding the event. The angel hair phenomenon has been reported in association with other alleged UFO encounters throughout history. Some researchers have proposed that this substance could be a byproduct of advanced propulsion systems or a form of communication. Others speculate it might be related to interdimensional travel or atmospheric manipulation by extraterrestrial craft. The timing of the Siena event, occurring just a few years after the ghostly light of Edo in Japan, contributes to a growing body of global sightings from the late 18th century. This clustering of reports from different parts of the world during this period has led some to hypothesize about increased extraterrestrial activity or observation of Earth at that time. Critics and skeptics have offered alternative explanations for the Siena incident, ranging from mass hysteria influenced by religious fervor to misidentification of natural phenomena such as spider ballooning or atmospheric optical illusions. However, the detailed nature of the accounts and the physical description of the angel hair continue to challenge conventional explanations. The 1790 Siena event serves as a compelling piece of evidence. It combines visual sightings of unconventional aerial objects with reports of physical traces, a combination that is highly valued in ufology. The incident's occurrence during a well-attended religious festival also provided a large number of potential witnesses, adding weight to the collective account. In 1799, an incident occurred near the shores of Lake Baikal in Siberia that would later be recognized as an early precursor to modern unidentified submerged object, USO, reports. This event, known as the Luminous Sphere of Siberia, involved a group of local fishermen who claimed to have witnessed an extraordinary phenomenon. According to the accounts passed down through generations, The fishermen were going about their routine activities on the vast expanse of Lake Baikal when their attention was suddenly drawn to an unusual disturbance in the water. To their astonishment, they reportedly observed a brilliant, pulsating sphere emerge from the depths of the lake. The object was described as emitting an intense, otherworldly glow that illuminated the surrounding area. Witnesses claimed that the sphere's luminosity fluctuated rhythmically, creating a mesmerizing display that captivated and bewildered the onlookers. The sheer size and radiance of the object reportedly dwarfed any known natural phenomena familiar to the experienced fishermen. What made this sighting particularly remarkable was the sphere's alleged behavior. After breaching the surface of Lake Baikal, the object was said to hover momentarily above the water, defying the expected effects of gravity. Then, in a display that would seem impossible for any known technology of the time, the luminous body reportedly began a steady ascent into the sky, eventually disappearing from view. It represents one of the earliest documented cases of what would later be classified as a USO encounter. The ability of the object to transition seamlessly from water to air hints at technological capabilities far beyond those available in the 18th century, or indeed, even today. Moreover, the location of the sighting adds an intriguing dimension to the event. Lake Baikal, the world's deepest and oldest freshwater lake, has long been a source of legends and unexplained phenomena. Some researchers speculate that its unique characteristics might make it an ideal base for advanced, non-terrestrial entities. The Siberian incident bears striking similarities to more recent USO reports, where objects are observed entering or exiting bodies of water with ease. Skeptics might argue that the Siberian sighting could be attributed to a misidentification of natural phenomena, such as ball lightning or bioluminescent organisms. However, the reported size, behavior, and ascent of the object into the sky challenge these conventional explanations. The incident also highlights the importance of considering aquatic environments in the search for evidence of non-terrestrial intelligence. The vast, largely unexplored depths of our oceans and lakes could potentially harbor secrets yet to be uncovered, a notion that has gained traction in recent years with increased reports of USOs. In 1803, the city of Edo, now known as Tokyo, Japan, once again became the focal point of an unusual aerial phenomenon. This event, which came to be known as the shifting light incident, bears a striking resemblance to the earlier 1783 sighting in the same location, suggesting a possible pattern of unexplained occurrences in the region. The primary witness to this event was Samurai Uka Tadasuke, a respected figure in Edo society known for his sharp observational skills and judicial acumen. Alongside several other credible witnesses, Tadasuke reported observing what he described as a peculiar floating ship in the night sky above the city. What set this sighting apart was the object's reported luminous properties. Witnesses claimed that the craft emitted lights that demonstrated the remarkable ability to shift and change colors. This chromatically dynamic display was said to be unlike anything in their experience, defying explanations based on known natural phenomena or human technology of the era. Perhaps even more intriguing than its appearance was the object's alleged movement. According to accounts, the floating ship exhibited flight characteristics that seemed to contradict the laws of physics as understood at the time. Witnesses described it as capable of abrupt changes in direction, hovering motionlessly, and accelerating at speeds that left observers in awe. The presence of multiple witnesses, including a respected samurai, lends a degree of credibility to the account. Their collective testimony sparked intense curiosity and debate among the local population, with discussions ranging from spiritual interpretations to speculations about visitors from other worlds. Also in 1803, this incident, documented in several Japanese historical texts, stands out as one of the most detailed and intriguing pre-modern accounts of a potential extraterrestrial encounter. According to the historical records, residents of Harayadori witnessed the appearance of a peculiar hollow vessel hovering above the beach. The craft was described as unlike any known ship or flying object of the time, immediately capturing the attention and imagination of the townspeople. What truly sets this incident apart from other historical sightings is the reported emergence of an occupant from the craft. Eyewitnesses claimed that a woman of strange appearance exited the vessel and attempted to communicate with the gathered crowd. Her language was said to be entirely unfamiliar to the local population, adding an element of linguistic mystery to the encounter. The event took a dramatic turn when a local official, likely driven by curiosity or duty, approached the unidentified woman. In response to this interaction, the woman was said to have swiftly returned to her craft. The vessel then reportedly took to the air and departed, leaving the witnesses in a state of astonishment. Perhaps one of the most compelling aspects of this incident was the physical evidence allegedly left behind. After the craft's departure, strange markings were discovered on the beach. These marks, described in the historical accounts, have been interpreted by some researchers as possible landing gear impressions or effects of the craft's propulsion system. It represents one of the earliest documented cases of what could be interpreted as a close encounter of the third kind, involving not just the sighting of an unidentified craft, but also interaction with its occupant. The description of the woman speaking an unknown language hints at the possibility of communication attempts between different civilizations. The incident's inclusion in multiple historical texts lends it a degree of credibility often lacking in folklore or isolated accounts. The level of detail provided, including the description of the craft, the occupant, and the physical traces left behind, offers a rich tapestry of information for those studying historical UFO phenomena. The timing of this event is also noteworthy. Occurring in the same year as the shifting light incident in Edo, the Harayadori incident provides a fascinating case study. It combines elements that are still central to modern UFO reports: the appearance of an unconventional craft, the presence of non-human entities, attempted communication, and physical traces left at the scene. Critics might argue that the account could be a misinterpretation of a natural event, or a fabricated story that gained traction over time. However, the specificity of the details and the documentation in multiple sources continue to intrigue those studying the possibility of long-standing extraterrestrial visitations. In 1808, the small town of Biskopsberga in Sweden became the focal point of an unusual aerial display. This incident, known as the Biskopsberga phenomenon, garnered attention due to its multiple credible witnesses and the detailed nature of their accounts. On a seemingly ordinary day, residents of Biskopsberga, including a local priest, reportedly observed an extraordinary sight in the sky above their town. According to the accounts documented in local records, witnesses described seeing a large, cylindrical object hovering in the air. This object, unfamiliar to all who saw it, captured the attention of onlookers due to its unconventional shape and apparent defiance of known laws of physics. What made this sighting particularly remarkable was the alleged behavior of the cylindrical craft. Witnesses claimed to have observed numerous smaller, sphere-shaped objects emerging from the larger vessel. These diminutive spheres were said to disperse from the main craft in various directions, creating a spectacle that left observers in a state of awe and bewilderment. The presence of a priest among the witnesses lends an air of credibility to the account. Clergy members were often regarded as trustworthy and educated individuals in society, making their testimony particularly valuable in historical records. The fact that this event was officially documented further enhances its significance in the study of historical aerial anomalies. The detailed nature of the Biskopsberga account, including the specific shapes and behaviors of the objects, provides valuable data for those studying historical UFO phenomena. The cylindrical shape of the main craft and the spherical nature of the smaller objects are elements that recur in numerous UFO reports throughout history, suggesting a possible consistency in the design or appearance of these unidentified craft. For skeptics, the Biskopsberga incident might be explained as a misinterpretation of natural phenomena, such as unusual cloud formations or atmospheric optical illusions. During the Battle of Cape St. Vincent in 1813, American and British naval forces engaged in combat off the coast of Portugal witnessed an unusual aerial phenomenon. Multiple crew members and officers from both sides reported seeing a large, brightly illuminated object hovering above the battle for an extended period. The object was described as being significantly larger than any known flying craft of the time and emitted a bright glow that illuminated the sea and ships below. The sighting was documented in official ship's logs from both sides, which were typically reserved for critical military and navigational information. In 1820, a group of traders in Embudo, New Mexico, witnessed a silent circular object hovering near their encampment at night. The craft displayed unfamiliar symbols or markings on its surface and appeared to have no visible means of propulsion. The traders reported seeing small humanoid figures inside the craft observing them. The incident, known as the Embudo encounter, is considered one of the earliest documented close encounters in North America that included both a craft sighting and observation of non-human entities. This case is particularly significant as it shares many characteristics that would become common in later UFO reports: a circular craft, silent hovering capability, strange markings, and small humanoid occupants. This location in New Mexico would later become a hotspot for UAP activity. In 1836, multiple residents of Nizhny Novgorod, Russia, reported seeing luminous crosses moving in formation across the night sky. The incident was documented in local chronicles and lasted several minutes, allowing witnesses to call others to observe the phenomenon. The crosses were described as clearly defined geometric shapes that moved in coordinated patterns, suggesting possible intelligent control. The event was considered significant enough to be recorded by educated chroniclers, lending it additional credibility beyond typical folklore accounts. The appearance of cross-shaped objects over a predominantly Christian region of Russia carried potential religious significance, though their controlled movement patterns defied natural explanations. This sighting represents one of the earliest documented cases of multiple geometric objects moving in coordinated formation in the sky. In 1842, observers across Europe and North America witnessed a massive luminous object in the sky, initially believed to be a comet on collision course with Earth. The object was so bright it remained visible during daylight hours. Professional astronomers and civilians reported the object exhibited impossible maneuvers, including sudden direction changes, acceleration, and deceleration that defied known celestial mechanics. After several days of observation and mounting public concern, the object vanished without explanation. What made this event particularly significant was both its widespread visibility across 2 continents and the credible documentation from trained astronomers who could not explain its movements through conventional scientific understanding of the time. This represents one of the earliest documented cases of a large-scale aerial phenomenon that demonstrated apparent intelligent control. In 1853, a man identified only as Harris reported being forcibly taken aboard a strange craft by non-human entities in Tennessee. His account included descriptions of beings and technology far beyond the capabilities of the era. The case represents one of the earliest documented alien abduction claims in the United States, occurring nearly a century before such narratives became culturally recognized. The absence of any cultural context for alien abductions in 1853 adds credibility to Harris's account, as he had no existing narratives to draw from. The details of his experience, including being taken aboard a craft and encountering strange beings, notably mirror elements found in modern abduction accounts reported over a century later. This case suggests the possibility that alien abductions may have occurred throughout history, largely going unreported due to lack of cultural framework to understand such experiences. On February 8, 1855, residents of Devon, England, discovered a mysterious trail of hoof-like footprints stretching over 100 miles across the snow-covered landscape. The prints, each measuring 4 inches long and 3 inches wide, appeared to have been made in a single night. The tracks defied conventional explanation by passing through solid walls, over haystacks, and across frozen rivers without breaking the ice, maintaining a consistent pattern throughout their course. Multiple witnesses across different locations reported the same distinctive prints, which appeared to have been made by something capable of covering vast distances rapidly, while moving in ways that defied natural physics. The incident, known as the Devil's Footprints, represents one of the earliest documented cases of widespread physical evidence of an unexplained presence that demonstrated capabilities beyond known terrestrial limitations. While initially attributed to supernatural causes, the event's characteristics have led some modern researchers to consider it potential evidence of advanced technological or extraterrestrial activity. On July 20th, 1860, multiple witnesses across the northeastern United States, including Michigan, Pennsylvania, and New York, observed a series of luminous objects moving in precise linear formation across the night sky. Unlike typical meteors, these objects moved at an unusually slow pace and maintained their alignment for an extended period. The objects traveled horizontally parallel to Earth's surface, rather than following the typical arcing descent of meteors, covering hundreds of miles while maintaining uniform spacing throughout their journey. The formation's cohesion and sustained visibility suggested possible intelligent control, occurring decades before powered flight or artificial satellites were conceived. This event, known as the Great Meteor Procession, represents one of the earliest well-documented mass sightings of aerial phenomena exhibiting characteristics that defied contemporary scientific understanding. While skeptics proposed it may have been a rare type of meteor skipping along the upper atmosphere, the precise nature of the coordinated movement remains unexplained. In 1864, during the Austro-Prussian War, military personnel from both Austrian and Prussian armies witnessed a fleet of circular objects performing complex aerial maneuvers above Peenemünde, Germany. The sighting lasted several minutes, with multiple soldiers observing objects that exhibited rapid acceleration, sudden directional changes, and advanced formation flying. Witnesses reported seeing what appeared to be combat maneuvers between the objects, including exchanges of light or energy, displaying capabilities far beyond 19th century technology. The event was particularly significant due to the military background of the observers and their detailed documentation of the incident from opposing sides of the conflict. Known as the Sky Battle of Peenemünde, this case represents one of the earliest documented military observations of potential extraterrestrial activity, occurring decades before the invention of powered flight. The location would later become historically significant as the site of Nazi Germany's rocket development program during World War II, leading some researchers to speculate about possible connections between advanced propulsion technologies and this historical event. In 1868, a group of miners at José de la Cruz's copper mine in Copiago, Chile, witnessed a strange aerial object that remained visible for several minutes. The object was described as resembling a giant bird or balloon covered in large scales, and emitted mechanical noises despite this occurring decades before powered flight. Multiple witnesses provided corroborating accounts of the object's appearance and behavior, with the extended duration allowing for detailed observations. The location of the sighting is notable as Chile's unique geography and clear skies have historically been associated with numerous UFO sightings. The event represents one of the earliest detailed accounts of a potential craft exhibiting both visual and auditory characteristics of mechanical technology, witnessed by observers whose profession required careful attention to detail. The sighting's proximity to a copper mine has led some researchers to speculate about possible interest in Earth's mineral resources. In 1870, multiple witnesses in Marseille, France observed what initially appeared to be a meteor that suddenly stopped mid-flight in the night sky. The object then performed impossible maneuvers, including changing direction and moving in complex patterns that suggested intelligent control. The event occurred in a populated urban area, allowing for numerous corroborating witness accounts of the object's unusual behavior. The demonstrated capabilities were far beyond any known technology of the 1870s, with the object's ability to halt and change direction defying the physics of natural celestial bodies. This incident, known as the Marseille meteor, shares notable similarities with the Great Meteor Procession of 1860, as both events involved seemingly natural phenomena that exhibited unnatural, controlled behavior. The sighting represents one of the earliest documented cases of an apparently artificial object disguising itself as a natural celestial phenomenon before revealing advanced technological capabilities. In 1873, Hundreds of witnesses across Texas observed a luminous, cigar-shaped object moving through the sky that appeared to be wreathed in flames. The object was reported to move against prevailing wind directions, demonstrating controlled flight decades before the invention of powered aircraft. Known as the Texas Flaming Cigar Incident, this sighting represents one of the earliest mass observations of a distinctly shaped craft exhibiting controlled movement. The cigar shape would later become a commonly reported UFO configuration in the 20th century, making this one of the earliest documented sightings of this specific craft type. The event's large number of witnesses and the object's ability to defy natural wind patterns made conventional explanations difficult, suggesting the presence of advanced propulsion technology far beyond 19th century capabilities. The incident occurred during a period of increased UFO activity in the late 1800s, sharing characteristics with the Marseilles meteor of 1870, where objects demonstrated similar controlled flight patterns that defied natural phenomena. In 1877, following American astronomer Asaph Hall's discovery of Mars's moons Phobos and Deimos, multiple trained astronomers reported observing what appeared to be artificial structures on the moon's surfaces. Despite the limited resolving power of 19th century telescopes, observers consistently described seeing geometric patterns, lines, and constructed features on these small celestial bodies. The incident marked one of the earliest instances where the possibility of alien civilizations was seriously discussed in scientific circles based on direct astronomical observations rather than theoretical speculation. Multiple credentialed astronomers provided corroborating reports of the anomalous features, lending scientific weight to the observations despite the challenging viewing conditions of the time. The controversy is particularly significant as it represents the first documented case of potential artificial structures being observed within our solar system by members of the scientific community. This event helped establish a precedent for serious scientific discussion about extraterrestrial civilizations based on observational evidence rather than pure conjecture. On January 25, 1878, farmer John Martin reported observing a dark, high-speed circular object moving through the sky above Denison, Texas. Martin described the object as appearing like a saucer in the sky, marking one of the earliest recorded uses of this term in relation to UFO sightings, nearly 70 years before Kenneth Arnold's famous 1947 sighting that popularized the phrase, flying saucer. The incident was documented in the Denison Daily News, occurring 25 years before the Wright brothers' first flight, eliminating the possibility of conventional aircraft. This sighting coincided with the beginning of the airship wave that would sweep across the United States in the late 19th century. The event shares notable similarities with the Texas Flaming Cigar Incident of 1873, as both involved craft exhibiting advanced flight capabilities in the same region. These sightings represent some of the earliest well-documented cases of unconventional aerial phenomena in Texas, establishing a pattern of unexplained aircraft sightings that would continue well into the modern era. In 1880, multiple British soldiers at an army base in Aldershot, England, reported observing a structured craft with lights moving silently through the night sky. The incident represents one of the earliest well-documented military UAP encounters, with trained personnel providing detailed observations of technology far beyond the era's capabilities. The craft's reported silent propulsion was particularly significant, contrasting sharply with the noisy steam-powered machinery of the time. The event's occurrence at a military installation and the credible nature of the witnesses added substantial weight to the account, establishing an early precedent for military UFO encounters. On August 12th and 13th, 1883, astronomer José Bonilla at the Zacatecas Observatory in Mexico observed and photographed hundreds of dark objects crossing the sun's disk. This incident stands as one of the earliest recorded uses of photography to document unexplained aerial phenomena, occurring during a period when astronomical photography was still in its infancy. Over 2 days, Bonilla documented the objects moving in apparent formation across the solar surface. The event defied immediate scientific explanation and was notable for its scale, with over 300 objects observed. Bonilla's expertise as a trained astronomer and access to advanced, for the time, photographic equipment added credibility to his observations. Modern interpretations suggest the objects may have been natural phenomena, such as fragments of a disintegrating comet passing near Earth. This hypothesis aligns with the object's number and coordinated movement, but does not diminish the historical significance of Bonilla's work. While some UFO researchers have speculated that the event represented a massive fleet or swarm of unknown craft, this interpretation lacks definitive evidence and remains speculative. The incident is unique in its scale and the existence of physical photographic documentation, making it an important case in the history of unexplained aerial phenomena. In 1887, numerous witnesses across California reported observing structured, illuminated airships moving through the sky in controlled patterns, nearly 2 decades before the Wright brothers' first flight. Multiple accounts included descriptions of humanoid figures seen piloting or occupying these vessels. The sightings marked the first major wave of UFO activity in California, predating and foreshadowing the larger airship wave of 1896 to 1897 that would sweep across the United States. The consistent descriptions of advanced technology and occupied craft represented a significant shift from earlier sightings, introducing the element of visible intelligent operators. This wave shares notable similarities with the Aldershot airship sighting of 1880 and Denison sighting of 1878, but exceeded them in scale and detail, establishing a pattern of increasingly complex encounters. The California wave marked the transition from simple aerial light sightings to reports of structured craft with visible occupants, setting a precedent for close encounter cases that would become common in the 20th century. On September 5, 1891, numerous residents of Crawfordsville, Indiana, reported witnessing a large, undulating object hovering in the night sky above their town. The object, estimated to be between 20 to 100 feet in length, exhibited fluid, serpentine movements and possessed what appeared to be fins or appendages. Known as the Crawfordsville Monster, the sighting gained widespread media attention due to its unusual organic characteristics that suggested a living entity rather than a mechanical craft. Multiple witnesses provided consistent descriptions of the cylindrical, shape-shifting object, making it difficult to dismiss as individual misperception. This incident represents one of the earliest mass sightings of a potentially biological UFO, marking a significant departure from the mechanical airship reports of the same era. The event suggests the possibility of encountering life forms fundamentally different from terrestrial understanding, such as energy-based or non-carbon entities, challenging both contemporary and modern assumptions about extraterrestrial life. On November 17, 1896, numerous Sacramento residents reported seeing a cigar-shaped craft with powerful searchlights maneuvering through the night sky. The event occurred 7 years before the Wright brothers' first flight. The sighting sparked what became known as the Great Airship Mystery of 1896 to 1897, triggering hundreds of similar reports across the United States in subsequent months. The craft's reported features, including controlled flight and advanced illumination, suggested either classified human technology or non-human origins. This incident marked a pivotal shift in public perception of aerial phenomena, as the widespread nature of sightings and consistent reports established a pattern that challenged conventional understanding. The Sacramento event represents the beginning of the first major UFO wave in American history, setting precedents for how society would document and discuss unexplained aerial phenomena for decades to come. On April 17, 1897, during the Great Airship Wave, residents of Aurora, Texas, reported that a mysterious aerial craft crashed into Judge J.S. Proctor's windmill and exploded, scattering unusual debris across the property. Witnesses described finding a small humanoid body in the wreckage, described as not of this world, which was reportedly buried in the local cemetery. The incident represents one of the earliest documented UFO crashes in history, predating the Roswell incident by 50 years and occurring amid numerous airship sightings across the United States. The presence of physical evidence, including the alleged burial of an extraterrestrial being and scattered debris, distinguishes this case from contemporary sighting reports. The Aurora crash marked a significant evolution in UFO encounters, transitioning from distant sightings to claims of physical contact with extraterrestrial technology and beings. In September 1937, during a state visit to Italy, Adolf Hitler was allegedly shown evidence of a crashed, unidentified flying object by Benito Mussolini. The private viewing reportedly included both the craft and possibly its occupants, though exact details of the crash location and date remain unclear. The incident suggests high-level government knowledge of extraterrestrial contact predating World War II, with potential implications for technological developments during the war. Some researchers speculate this encounter may have influenced the advanced aircraft designs and exotic weapons pursued by Axis powers in the latter stages of the conflict. While concrete evidence remains elusive due to wartime secrecy and the passage of time, the alleged event represents one of the earliest claimed instances of world leaders sharing classified UFO information. The incident is particularly significant as it suggests possible connections between extraterrestrial technology and rapid technological advancements during World War II. On October 30th, 1938, CBS Radio aired Orson Welles' dramatization of The War of the Worlds, presented as a series of breaking news bulletins describing a Martian invasion in New Jersey. The realistic format caused widespread confusion among listeners who tuned in late, with many believing they were hearing actual news coverage of an alien invasion. The broadcast demonstrated the profound impact that suggestions of alien contact could have on public consciousness, influencing how governments and media would later approach the topic of extraterrestrial encounters. The incident marked the first time mass media was used to present a fictional alien invasion in a realistic news format, establishing a blueprint for how information about potential extraterrestrial contact might be disseminated to the public. The event's reported panic, whether exaggerated or not, likely influenced official policies on UFO-related secrecy and disclosure in subsequent decades. This broadcast occurred just before the surge of UFO sightings in the post-World War II era, having already primed the public consciousness for the possibility of extraterrestrial contact through mass media. In the 1940s, documents obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests revealed the existence of the Interplanetary Phenomenon Unit, a specialized U.S. Army group tasked with investigating UFO reports. The unit operated through the 1950s, coinciding with related major events including the 1947 Roswell incident and 1952 Washington, D.C. UFO wave. The IPU's existence contradicted public military statements dismissing UFO reports, suggesting serious government interest in the phenomenon. While heavily redacted, declassified government documents indicate the unit conducted organized research into unidentified aerial phenomena, potentially including crash retrievals and analysis of extraterrestrial craft. The unit represents one of the earliest known official government programs dedicated to UFO investigation, operating during a period of increased sightings and public interest. Its establishment during this formative period of UFO history, coupled with its classified nature and contemporary major UFO events, suggests the military possessed deeper knowledge of extraterrestrial activity than publicly acknowledged. During World War II, military pilots from both Allied and Axis forces reported encounters with mysterious aerial objects dubbed Foo Fighters during combat missions. The phenomenon peaked between 1944 and 1945, with experienced aircrews describing glowing, spherical, or disc-shaped lights that would suddenly appear, pace their aircraft with impossible maneuvers, and then vanish. The credibility of these trained military observers, and the fact that both sides reported identical phenomena, ruled out secret weapon technology of either force. The widespread nature of these sightings across multiple war theaters, coupled with the object's reported technological capabilities, suggested the presence of non-human technology operating during the conflict. These encounters represent one of the earliest documented mass sightings of UFOs by military personnel. The Foo Fighter phenomenon established a pattern of UFO characteristics, including superior maneuverability, apparent intelligent control, and interest in human military operations, that would be reported consistently in subsequent decades. In 1941, Reverend William Huffman was called to a crash site in Cape Girardeau, Missouri, where he reportedly encountered a disc-shaped craft and small non-human entities with large heads and eyes. Military personnel quickly secured the area and swore witnesses to secrecy, marking one of the earliest reported recoveries of extraterrestrial technology and beings on U.S. soil. The incident occurred 6 years before Roswell and coincided with the beginning of increased UFO activity during World War II, including the Foo Fighter phenomenon. This case represents one of the first reported instances of the military's rapid response and secrecy protocols regarding potential extraterrestrial crashes, establishing a pattern that would be repeated in later incidents. While physical evidence remains elusive, the incident's significance lies in its timing and similarity to later crash retrievals, suggesting government awareness of and interaction with non-human intelligence predated official UFO investigation programs. The involvement of both civilian witnesses and military personnel mirrors elements that would become common in subsequent UFO crash retrieval narratives. On February 25, 1942, radar operators detected unknown aircraft approaching Los Angeles County, prompting air raid sirens and a massive military response. For nearly an hour, anti-aircraft batteries fired over 1,400 shells at multiple unidentified objects, while civilians and military personnel reported seeing various aerial phenomena ranging from slow-moving lights to large structured craft. Despite the intensive military engagement, no wreckage was ever found, and no enemy aircraft were confirmed to be present. A photograph published in the Los Angeles Times showed what appeared to be a large structured craft caught in converging searchlights, though officials attributed the incident to a false alarm possibly triggered by weather balloons. The event occurred during heightened alertness following Pearl Harbor, and coincided with multiple military UFO encounters. This mass sighting represents one of the earliest documented cases of large-scale military engagement with unidentified aerial phenomena, establishing a pattern of UFO activity near sensitive military installations that would continue in subsequent decades. In the weeks following the Battle of Los Angeles incident, Secretary of the Navy Frank Knox publicly dismissed the event as a false alarm caused by war nerves, while Army Air Forces maintained that unidentified aircraft had been present. This contradictory official response established a pattern that would become characteristic of military UFO incidents: initial engagement followed by conflicting explanations. Local civilians provided hundreds of witness accounts describing structured craft unlike any known aircraft of the period, and the incident received extensive newspaper coverage nationwide. The event's proximity to defense facilities, multiple radar contacts, and the scale of military response made it a pivotal case cited by researchers in subsequent decades as evidence of UFO activity during World War II. The famous Los Angeles Times photograph showing a large object illuminated by searchlight beams became one of the most analyzed and debated pieces of early UFO photographic evidence, though its authenticity remains disputed. The Battle of Los Angeles incident helped establish the West Coast, particularly California, as a UFO activity hotspot that would see numerous other significant military encounters through the 1940s and 1950s. A memo allegedly written by FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover, later obtained through Freedom of Information Act requests, referenced the recovery of an unknown object following the incident. The document's existence suggests high-level government interest in and possible retrieval of non-terrestrial craft months after America's entry into World War II. The incident and associated memo represent one of the earliest documented cases of mass UFO sighting, combined with military response and potential government recovery of unknown technology. In July 1947, rancher W. W. MacBrazel discovered unusual debris scattered across his property near Roswell, New Mexico, leading to military personnel from Roswell Army Airfield recovering the materials. On July 8th, the Roswell Daily Record published RAF captures flying saucer on ranch in Roswell region, though the military quickly retracted this statement, claiming it was merely a weather balloon. Multiple witnesses later came forward with accounts of seeing non-human bodies, unusual materials with extraordinary properties, and evidence of a large-scale military cover-up. The government eventually released a 1994 report attributing the debris to Project Mogul, a secret Cold War surveillance program, though many researchers remain unconvinced due to inconsistencies in official accounts. The incident occurred just weeks after Kenneth Arnold's famous Mount Rainier flying saucer sighting that launched modern UFO awareness, suggesting a possible wave of activity during summer 1947. Roswell represents a pivotal moment in UFO history, establishing a pattern of military involvement, shifting official explanations, and alleged recovery of non-terrestrial technology that would influence public perception of government UFO secrecy for decades to come. In late 1947, the United States Air Force established Project Sign at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio to systematically investigate unidentified flying objects. The project was a turning point and became one of the first official government programs dedicated to collecting and analyzing UAP reports, employing both military officers and civilian scientists. Some investigators within Project Sign concluded that certain phenomena could not be explained conventionally, allegedly producing an estimate of the situation document suggesting UFOs were of interplanetary origin. In 1949, Project Sign was renamed Project Grudge, marking a shift from an open-minded investigative approach to a more dismissive stance toward UFO reports. The project's creation marked the beginning of official government involvement in UFO research, establishing patterns of investigation and secrecy that would influence later programs like Project Blue Book. This shift toward formal UFO investigation by military and scientific personnel directly following the Roswell incident suggests the government recognized these phenomena warranted serious attention despite public dismissals. On January 7, 1948, personnel at Godman Army Airfield in Kentucky, including the base commander, observed a large circular object hovering in the sky. Multiple civilians in the surrounding area reported seeing the same anomaly. Captain Thomas F. Mantell and 3 other F-51 Mustang pilots were dispatched to investigate, with 2 aircraft breaking off due to low fuel. Mantell, continuing the pursuit, reported the object as metallic and tremendous in size before his aircraft spiraled out of control and crashed, killing him. The Air Force officially attributed the crash to oxygen deprivation while chasing Venus, though this explanation contradicted witness testimony about a large metallic craft visible for an extended period. Ground observers maintained visual contact with the object throughout the incident, noting its controlled movements and metallic appearance. The case marked the first documented military casualty linked to a UAP pursuit, compelling government officials to confront the issue of unidentified aerial phenomena publicly. Multiple witnesses later provided detailed accounts that aligned with Mantell's final radio transmission, adding credibility to the claim that a genuine unidentified craft was present that day. Declassified documents revealed multiple military pilots had reported similar metallic craft in the region during this period, with several noting the object's ability to outmaneuver conventional aircraft. The incident led directly to new military protocols for pilot encounters with unidentified objects. On August 15, 1950, farmers Paul and Evelyn Trent witnessed and photographed a silent metallic disc-shaped object hovering near their farmhouse in McMinnville, Oregon. Evelyn first spotted the craft in the early evening, prompting Paul to retrieve their camera and capture 2 clear photographs before the object accelerated westward at high speed. The photographs showed remarkable detail of the disc's surface structure and were published in Life magazine on June 26, 1950, becoming some of the most analyzed UFO images in history. The Trents initially shared the photos only with close friends and family, displaying a notable reluctance toward publicity that many investigators considered evidence of their sincerity. Multiple photographic analyses conducted by experts revealed no signs of manipulation, wires, or other methods of fabrication in the original images. The quality and clarity of the photographs were considered exceptional given the limitations of 1950s camera technology, with specific structural details of the craft visible in both shots. The McMinnville photographs gained particular significance as some of the first clear, physical evidence of unidentified aerial phenomena taken by civilians with no technical background or apparent motive for deception. Later investigations into the Trent's background revealed them to be respected community members with no history of pranks or hoaxes, strengthening the credibility of their encounter. Technical analysis of the object's size, based on photo measurements and witness testimony, estimated it to be approximately 30 feet in diameter, matching similar craft descriptions from law enforcement and military personnel during the same period. In 1951, during the Korean War, radar operators at a United States Air Force base detected an unknown object performing impossible maneuvers over Korea. Multiple F-86 Sabre jets were scrambled to intercept the craft, with pilots reporting a large glowing object that could instantly accelerate beyond their maximum speed and execute sharp turns without losing velocity. The incident was simultaneously confirmed by ground radar, airborne radar, and visual observations from multiple military personnel during active wartime operations. The object demonstrated capabilities far beyond any known aircraft of the era, including instant acceleration and physics-defying directional changes. The encounter occurred during a period of heightened military alertness, with trained observers noting the object's technological sophistication exceeded both American and Soviet capabilities of the time. Ground radar operators tracked the object performing precise maneuvers that suggested intelligent control rather than natural phenomena. Several pilots reported their advanced aircraft being easily outmaneuvered by the craft, which demonstrated complete air superiority through its ability to evade all attempts at interception. Despite the multiple credible military witnesses and radar confirmation, official investigation records of the incident remain classified, with only witness testimonies available for examination. The event gained particular significance as one of the first documented cases of simultaneous ground radar, air radar, and visual confirmation of an unknown craft during active military operations. In 1952, the United States Air Force launched Project Blue Book, a comprehensive government study of UFO sightings that followed earlier initiatives Project Sign and Project Grudge. The project aimed to determine if UFOs threatened national security, evaluate potential military applications of UFO technology, and explain what caused people to report these sightings. For 17 years, Project Blue Book collected and analyzed thousands of UFO reports from both military personnel and civilians through standardized investigation procedures. While most cases were attributed to conventional explanations like aircraft, astronomical events, or weather phenomena, a significant number remained classified as unknown after investigation. The project marked the first time the U.S. government officially acknowledged UFOs warranted serious investigation, though critics argued it focused more on debunking reports than conducting genuine research. Project Blue Book's extensive archives were later declassified and made public, providing researchers with valuable historical data about UFO encounters. The initiative was prompted in part by a significant wave of UFO sightings across the United States in 1952. On July 19, 1952, air traffic controllers at Washington National Airport and Andrews Air Force Base simultaneously detected multiple unknown objects on radar, performing impossible aerial maneuvers over restricted airspace in Washington, D.C. Civilian and military pilots reported seeing bright orange lights hovering motionless before accelerating at tremendous speeds, matching the radar signatures exactly. The objects repeatedly appeared and disappeared throughout the night, easily evading military interceptors dispatched to investigate the intrusions. The events repeated 1 week later on July 26th, with the same objects returning to restricted airspace over the Capitol, this time captured on multiple radar systems, while being observed by ground witnesses and pilots during a live media broadcast. The incident forced the Air Force to hold its largest press conference since World War II, where Major General John Samford attempted to explain the radar readings as temperature inversions, contradicting the testimonies of the radar operators and pilots involved. Multiple radar systems confirmed the objects could accelerate from a hovering position to several thousand miles per hour instantly. The incident marked the first time unidentified objects demonstrated such prolonged activity over restricted airspace above the nation's capital while being simultaneously tracked by civilian and military radar systems. Ground witnesses reported the objects emitted no sound while hovering and maneuvering at speeds far beyond 1952 aircraft capabilities. The event's significance stemmed from the unprecedented multiple radar confirmations combined with pilot witnesses, live media coverage, and the object's brazen violations of restricted airspace above the seat of government. This incident directly led to the expansion of Project Blue Book and the formation of the Robertson Panel in 1953 to assess the growing UFO phenomenon. On September 12, 1952, multiple witnesses in Flatwoods, West Virginia, reported seeing a bright object streak across the sky and land on a nearby farm. A group consisting of several local boys and adults went to investigate the landing site. The witnesses encountered what they described as a towering figure over 10 feet tall with a red face, glowing eyes, green body, and a head shaped like an ace of spades or hood, wearing what appeared to be a dark pleated skirt-like structure. They also reported observing a pulsing red light and detecting a strong, sickening odor in the area. The encounter lasted only a few moments before the witnesses fled in panic. Several witnesses later reported physical symptoms including throat irritation and vomiting. The case is notable as one of the earliest widely reported close encounters involving alleged direct contact with a presumed extraterrestrial being, rather than just a UFO sighting. The incident's multiple witnesses, consistent accounts, and the reported physical symptoms have made it a significant case in UFO research, though skeptics have suggested the witnesses may have misidentified a barn owl or other large bird in low-light conditions. On November 23, 1953, radar operators at Kinross Air Force Base in Michigan detected an unidentified object moving at extreme speeds and performing advanced maneuvers over Lake Superior. In response, the Air Force dispatched an F-89 Sea Scorpion interceptor piloted by First Lieutenant Felix Monclaw Jr. with Second Lieutenant Robert Wilson as radar operator. Ground radar operators watched as the F-89's radar blip merged with the unidentified object's blip before both disappeared completely from their screens. Despite an extensive search and rescue operation, no trace of the aircraft or its crew was ever found. The Air Force officially claimed the F-89 had crashed after a malfunction and suggested the unidentified object was a Royal Canadian Air Force C-47 Skytrain. However, this explanation was challenged by researchers and witnesses who maintained no Canadian aircraft was present in the area during the incident. The case remains significant as one of the earliest documented incidents of a military aircraft and crew vanishing while pursuing an unidentified object, with ground radar confirmation of the encounter. On July 14, 1954, a memo from Presidential Special Assistant Robert Cutler to Air Force General Nathan Twining was discovered in the National Archives. The document mentioned a scheduled meeting of the Majestic 12 Group and referenced a NSC/MJ-12 Special Studies Project, suggesting the existence of a secret committee investigating UFO activity. The memo's appearance in official archives initially lent credibility to claims about government-sanctioned UFO investigations and the existence of Majestic 12. However, skeptics identified inconsistencies in the document's formatting and terminology, and the National Archives never officially authenticated it. The document is often connected to the later discovered Eisenhower briefing document from the 1980s, which also discussed the alleged Majestic 12 group. The combination of these documents led researchers to suggest the existence of a long-term classified program handling extraterrestrial matters at high government levels. The Cutler-Twining memo remains significant as one of the earliest discovered documents potentially linking high-level government officials to secret UFO investigations, though its authenticity remains disputed. Its discovery sparked renewed interest in government involvement with UFO phenomena and contributed to ongoing discussions about official secrecy surrounding such matters. On December 8, 1954, Admiral Richard E. Byrd, a decorated naval officer and polar explorer, reportedly disclosed information about encounters with advanced civilizations during his Arctic and Antarctic expeditions. According to these accounts, he described discovering a vast region of ice-free land beyond the South Pole containing lush vegetation and inhabited by highly evolved beings.
But strangely enough, there is left in the world today an area as big as the United States that's never been seen by a human being. And that's beyond the pole, on the other side of the South Pole, from Middle America. And I think it's quite astonishing that there should be an area as big as that unexplored.
That's a tremendous...
So there's a lot of adventure left down at the bottom of the world.
The claims were particularly notable given Byrd's credibility as a respected military officer and his extensive experience in polar exploration. His alleged statements suggested the existence of hidden realms potentially linked to extraterrestrial or advanced civilizations residing within Earth. However, skeptics note there is limited concrete evidence to support these specific claims being made on December 8th, with some suggesting the stories were embellished or fabricated after Byrd's death in 1957. Despite these doubts, the timing of these alleged revelations came just months after the discovery of the Cutler-Twining memo, leading some researchers to suggest a possible broader shift in government disclosure policy during this period. The case remains significant as one of the earliest instances of a high-ranking military officer potentially revealing classified information about encounters with non-human intelligences. Byrd's alleged accounts have become foundational to various theories about hidden civilizations and continue to influence discussions about potential extraterrestrial or intraterrestrial presence on Earth. From August 21st to 23rd, 1955, members of the Sutton and Taylor families reported encountering strange beings at their farmhouse near Kelly, Kentucky, after observing unusual lights in the sky. The witnesses described seeing multiple 3 to 4 foot tall entities with large heads, pointed ears, glowing eyes, and silver metallic bodies that appeared to float or hop rather than walk. The families attempted to defend themselves with firearms, reporting that bullets had no effect on the creatures except producing a metallic pinging sound upon impact. They eventually fled their home to seek help from local law enforcement, who found no evidence of the beings but noted the witnesses' visible distress. The incident lasted nearly 2 days, with the beings reportedly returning whenever authorities left the scene. Multiple family members of different ages corroborated the core elements of the story, and police documented property damage at the site. The case remains significant as one of the longest-duration close encounter reports with multiple credible witnesses and alleged physical interaction with the beings. The incident garnered extensive media coverage at the time and became a foundational case in UFO research, particularly notable for the consistent testimony across all witnesses and the documented police response. On October 16, 1957, Brazilian farmer Antonio Vilas Boas reported being abducted by extraterrestrial beings while working on his family's farm in São Francisco de Sales, Minas Gerais. He described seeing a bright red light in the sky before a large egg-shaped craft landed in his field, from which humanoid figures emerged and forcibly took him aboard. Vilas Boas claimed he was subjected to a medical examination by approximately 5-foot-tall beings with small blue eyes wearing tight-fitting gray suits. He also reported a sexual encounter with a human-like female being who had platinum blonde hair and blue eyes, marking one of the first accounts to introduce the concept of alien hybrid breeding programs. Following the incident, Vilas Boas experienced physical symptoms including nausea, headaches, and skin lesions. His account predated other well-known abduction stories and included unusual details that weren't yet common in UFO literature. The case remains significant as one of the earliest and most detailed alien abduction accounts on record, particularly notable for introducing medical examination and breeding program elements that would become common themes in later abduction narratives. The case occurred just a year after the Kelly-Hopkinsville incident, during a period of increased worldwide UFO activity in the late 1950s. On November 2nd and 3rd, 1957, approximately 15 independent witnesses in Levelland, Texas, including multiple police officers and the local sheriff, reported encounters with a large egg-shaped object emitting bright bluish-green light. The witnesses consistently reported that their vehicles would suddenly stall and lose headlight power when approaching the object, with systems returning to normal operation after the object moved away. Law enforcement officials directly observed the phenomena and experienced the same vehicle malfunctions, providing official corroboration of civilian reports. The United States Air Force investigated the incident as part of Project Blue Book, though many researchers criticized their investigation as inadequate. The case occurred just weeks after the Antonio Vilas Boas abduction in Brazil, during a period of increased UFO activity. The proximity and similarity of the egg-shaped craft descriptions between these cases led researchers to suggest a possible connection. The Llewellyn case remains significant as one of the most well-documented UFO incidents involving multiple independent witnesses and consistent reports of electromagnetic effects on vehicles. The involvement of law enforcement officials and the uniform nature of the reported object and its effects on vehicles set it apart from typical UFO sightings of the era. On September 19, 1961, Betty and Barney Hill reported encountering a UFO while driving near Lancaster, New Hampshire, during their return trip from Canada. The interracial couple observed a bright light following their car before stopping to view it with binoculars, at which point Barney claimed to see humanoid figures inside a disc-shaped craft. The Hills experienced a period of missing time during their drive, arriving home later than expected with no memory of several hours of their journey. They discovered unexplained marks on Betty's dress and damage to their car, and in subsequent days both experienced unusual anxiety and physical symptoms. Under hypnosis sessions with psychiatrist Dr. Benjamin Simon in 1964, the Hills recalled being taken aboard the craft and subjected to medical examinations. Betty claimed she was shown a star map by the beings, which amateur astronomer Marjorie Fish later suggested matched the Zeta Reticuli star system. The case remains significant as the first widely publicized alien abduction claim in the United States, occurring just a few years after similar encounters like the Llewellyn UFO case and the Antonio Vilas Boas abduction. The Hills experience introduced elements that would become common in later abduction narratives, including missing time, medical examinations, and telepathic communication with alien beings. Between 1963 and 1964, multiple military personnel at Walker Air Force Base in New Mexico reported encounters with luminous disc-shaped objects hovering near and over the facility. During these incidents, witnesses reported widespread malfunctions in electronic equipment, including radar systems, communication devices, and aircraft instrumentation. One notable incident involved a UAP appearing over a missile silo, coinciding with a complete shutdown of the facility's power systems. The events involved military witnesses observing the phenomena from multiple vantage points around the sensitive installation. The incidents were particularly notable for showing a pattern of UAP interest in military and nuclear facilities. The Walker Air Force Base incidents remain significant as some of the earliest reported cases of UFOs allegedly interfering with advanced military technology and security systems. While official records of these events are scarce, multiple military witnesses provided consistent accounts of the technological disruptions and sightings. On April 24, 1964, police officer Lonnie Zamora encountered an egg-shaped craft approximately 15 to 20 feet long, resting on metallic legs in Socorro, New Mexico. Zamora observed two small humanoid figures wearing white coveralls near the object, who quickly entered the craft before it ascended with a roar and flame. Physical evidence was found at the scene, including landing gear impressions and scorched vegetation, which were documented by Zamora, his colleague, and later examined by Project Blue Book investigators. The case was officially classified as unexplained by Project Blue Book, one of only a small percentage of cases to receive this designation. The incident occurred during the same period as the Walker Air Force Base events in New Mexico, where similar egg-shaped craft were reported. The Socorro case shared notable similarities with recent sightings at military installations across New Mexico during this period of heightened UFO activity. The case remains significant as one of the most credible UFO encounters on record due to the reliability of the law enforcement witness, the presence of physical evidence, and its official investigation by Project Blue Book. The detailed documentation and multiple witnesses to the physical evidence set it apart from typical UAP sightings of the era. In 1964, military personnel at an Air Force base near Big Sur, California, reported a luminous disc-shaped object interrupting a missile test. According to witnesses, the object approached the ascending missile at high speed, performed impossible zigzag maneuvers around it, and emitted a beam of light that caused the missile to malfunction and veer off course. The incident occurred during the same period as similar events at Walker Air Force Base in New Mexico and the Socorro incident, where UFOs reportedly interfered with military operations. All three cases involved credible military witnesses reporting advanced technological capabilities beyond any known aircraft of the time. The event was witnessed by multiple trained military observers familiar with aerial phenomena, though official documentation remains scarce. The case shares particular similarities with the Walker Air Force Base incidents, where UFOs also demonstrated apparent technological interference with military equipment. The Big Sur incident remains significant as one of several cases from 1964 suggesting systematic UFO interest in and interference with military operations, particularly those involving missiles and nuclear facilities. On September 3, 1965, Norman Muscarello spotted a large illuminated object while hitchhiking near Exeter, New Hampshire. He reported the sighting to local police, leading Officer Eugene Bertrand to investigate, who had earlier that night encountered a woman describing a similar object. Bertrand accompanied Muscarello back to the location, where they were joined by Officer David Hunt. All three men witnessed a house-sized object with pulsating red lights, hovering silently before departing at high speed. The incident gained significant credibility due to the involvement of two police officers as primary witnesses and their detailed documentation. Multiple civilians in the area reported similar sightings that night, corroborating the officers' accounts. The United States Air Force's Project Blue Book conducted an official investigation, but failed to provide a conclusive explanation for the incident. The case remains one of the most thoroughly documented and credible UFO encounters in American history, with the professional observer's testimony and multiple witness accounts setting it apart from typical civilian reports. Throughout 1966, multiple Air Force personnel at Minot Air Force Base in North Dakota reported encounters with luminous, disc-shaped craft demonstrating flight capabilities beyond known technology. In a notable incident, witnesses observed a UFO hovering over a nuclear missile silo, where it projected a beam of light that coincided with temporary electronic system malfunctions. The military witnesses were trained observers familiar with conventional aircraft, lending substantial credibility to their accounts. These recent cases became notorious for alleged UAP interference with nuclear military technology, elevating them far beyond typical sightings. The incidents involve potential interaction with critical nuclear facilities by unknown craft exhibiting capabilities that appeared to surpass the technological limits of the era. In March 1966, numerous witnesses, including police officers in Ann Arbor, Michigan, reported strange lights and unknown objects in the sky, with similar sightings occurring in nearby Dexter and Hillsdale. Project Blue Book consultant Dr. J. Allen Hynek investigated and attributed the sightings to swamp gas, a conclusion that was widely rejected by witnesses and the public. The controversy prompted the U.S. House Armed Services Committee to hold congressional hearings on April 5, 1966, where police officers testified about their experiences. This marked the first time UFO phenomena were formally addressed at such a high government level. The public backlash against the swamp gas explanation and subsequent hearings exposed the limitations of Project Blue Book's investigation methods. These events directly led to the establishment of the University of Colorado UFO Project, also known as the Condon Committee, marking a shift toward more scientific investigation of UFO phenomena. The Michigan incident remains significant as the catalyst that brought UFO investigation into formal government discourse and scientific study. By this point, widespread skepticism of official explanations was reflecting the public's growing demand for greater transparency in UFO investigations. In March 1967, security personnel at Malmstrom Air Force Base in Montana reported seeing strange lights and an oval-shaped object with a reddish glow hovering above the nuclear missile facility. Captain Robert Salas, on duty in the underground launch control facility, received reports of the sighting just before 16 to 20 nuclear missiles simultaneously went offline. The incident was corroborated by Colonel Walter Feigl and other military witnesses who were present during the event. Security personnel reported the UFO maintained its position during the entire period the missiles were disabled, demonstrating an unprecedented ability to interfere with sophisticated military nuclear systems. The case gained particular significance as one of several documented instances of UFO activity coinciding with nuclear facility malfunctions, suggesting a pattern of technological interference beyond human capabilities of the era. The U.S. Air Force maintained there was no connection between the UFO sighting and the missile shutdowns, attributing the incident to technical malfunctions. The precision and scale of the system disruption, coupled with the credibility of multiple military witnesses, established the Malmstrom incident as a pivotal case in UFO research. On May 20, 1967, prospector Stefan Michalak encountered two cigar-shaped objects descending from the sky near Falcon Lake, Manitoba, with one landing while the other departed. Michalak approached the landed craft, touched its hot metallic surface, and observed a maze of lights through an open hatch before the object rotated and expelled hot gas that burned his chest and stomach. Medical professionals documented Michalak's injuries, and investigators found his shirt burned in a distinctive pattern matching his account. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police and Canadian Armed Forces discovered a circle of charred organic matter and detected elevated radiation levels at the landing site. The case stands as one of Canada's most thoroughly documented UFO encounters, distinguished by the presence of both a credible witness and physical evidence. The incident remains significant as one of few UFO cases featuring verified physical injuries, contaminated soil samples, and a multi-agency government investigation that preserved and tested material evidence. On October 4, 1967, multiple residents of Shag Harbor, Nova Scotia, witnessed a 60-foot diameter object with 4 flashing lights descend at a 45-degree angle before crashing into the harbor. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police arrived to find unusual yellow foam on the water's surface where the object had entered. The Canadian Coast Guard and local fishing boats conducted an extensive search operation, while divers explored the seafloor, but no wreckage was recovered. Canadian naval vessels later detected an unidentified object moving underwater on sonar in the days following the incident, prompting American naval forces to join the search. The case is unique as one of few UFO encounters officially documented and investigated by the Canadian Department of National Defence and Royal Canadian Mounted Police, who classified it as an unidentified flying object in their reports. Multiple witnesses, including law enforcement officials, provided consistent accounts of the event, leading to its designation as one of Canada's most credible UFO incidents. The absence of debris despite extensive searching, combined with sonar detection of underwater movement, suggests the object remained operational after entering the water. On December 17, 1969, the United States Air Force terminated Project Blue Book, their official investigation program of UFO phenomena that had operated since 1952. The project had collected and analyzed over 12,000 UFO sighting reports from civilian and military sources over its 17-year run. The closure followed the 1968 University of Colorado UFO Project report, which concluded that further scientific study of UFOs could not be justified. The Air Force cited lack of national security threats and no evidence of extraterrestrial origin in their decision to end the program. The timing proved controversial as it coincided with heightened public interest in UFOs during the space race and Apollo missions. Project Blue Book's files were declassified in 1985, though researchers claim the most compelling cases were removed before public release. The termination marked the end of official government UFO investigations, though numerous military personnel later claimed covert programs continued. The project's closure remains significant as a pivotal shift in public government engagement with UFO phenomena, leaving only 6% of their cases officially unexplained.
Like this video and subscribe to Maker.
On May 31st, 1969, Walter H. Andrus Jr., Alan Utke, and John Schuessler established the Mutual UFO Network as a civilian response to the upcoming closure of Project Blue Book. The organization created standardized protocols and training programs for field investigators, developing the first systematic civilian approach to UFO research and documentation. The timing was strategic, launching months before the government's withdrawal from official UFO investigations through Project Blue Book's termination. The newly formed organization established a centralized global database for UAP sightings and trained a network of civilian investigators to document encounters using scientific methodology. The organization's founding marked a crucial shift from government to civilian UFO research, creating an independent channel for investigating and documenting UAP phenomena. The organization's establishment remains notable as the first major civilian effort to systematically investigate UFOs, continuing to maintain the largest civilian database of these encounters while pushing for government transparency. On July 20th, 1969, astronauts from Apollo 11 allegedly observed unidentified objects in space and on the lunar surface during their historic moon landing mission. Buzz Aldrin reported seeing an unidentified object during the flight, though he later stated it was likely a detached panel from their spacecraft.
We were smart enough to not say, Houston, there's a light out there that's following us. So technically, it becomes an unidentified flying object.
Multiple Apollo mission astronauts reported observing lights moving in formation and unusual structures on the far side of the moon. Some researchers claim these communications were conducted on secure channels to prevent public disclosure, though NASA has consistently denied any extraterrestrial encounters during the missions.
While Neil and Buzz were on the lunar surface, Neil switched to the medical channel and spoke directly with the chief medical officer, saying, "They're here, they're parked on the side of the crater, they're watching us."
It took just 8 years from President John F. Kennedy's declaration in 1961 to humanity's successful landing on the moon in 1969, a remarkably swift and ambitious achievement. Within the timeline of alien and UFO disclosure, this event carries immense importance. The true extent and implications of this event may never be fully understood. In 1969, physicist Edward Condon released the Condon Committee Report, a government-funded scientific investigation conducted at the University of Colorado examining hundreds of UFO cases. The report concluded there was no evidence suggesting UFOs represented advanced technology or extraterrestrial origin, despite several cases remaining unexplained in their analysis. The report received significant criticism for its methodology, with claims that Condon expressed skepticism about UFOs before the investigation began, and that compelling cases were inadequately investigated or omitted. The study's conclusions directly led to the termination of Project Blue Book in December 1969, marking the end of official U.S. government UFO investigations. The report significantly impacted public perception and academic study of UFOs, effectively discouraging serious scientific inquiry into the phenomenon for years to come. Its release remains significant as the most comprehensive government-sponsored scientific examination of UFO sightings, though researchers argue that subsequent technological advances and new evidence warrant re-evaluation of its dismissive conclusions. On October 18, 1973, a U.S. Army Reserve helicopter crew led by Lieutenant Colonel Lawrence Coyne, encountered an unidentified object while flying from Columbus to Cleveland, Ohio. The crew observed a red light on the horizon that rapidly approached their UH-1H helicopter. The object was described as a cigar-shaped metallic craft, approximately 60 feet long, that positioned itself directly above their helicopter. During the encounter, the helicopter's controls became unresponsive, and the aircraft began to ascend without pilot input, while their radio communications were disrupted. The object's red light transformed into an intense green beam that flooded the helicopter's cockpit for 10 to 20 seconds before the craft accelerated away at high speed. The incident was investigated by the U.S. Army, and Coyne later testified about the experience before the United Nations in 1978. The case is considered significant due to the multiple trained military witnesses who provided consistent accounts, the reported physical effects on the aircraft, and the presence of official documentation. The event remains one of the most well-documented military UFO encounters, featuring credible observers and inexplicable aircraft interference. Throughout the 1970s, researcher Ted Phillips worked with J. Allen Hynek to document and analyze physical evidence from UFO landing sites worldwide, collecting soil samples and documenting environmental changes. His most notable case occurred in Delphos, Kansas in 1971, where witnesses reported a glowing ring hovering above a farm, leaving behind a circular area of soil that mysteriously resisted water absorption for an extended period. The soil samples collected from various landing sites showed anomalous changes in composition, including altered mineral content, unexpected crystalline structures, and traces of elements foreign to the local environment. Many samples exhibited unusual magnetic properties and contained fused particles suggesting exposure to extreme heat. Phillips documented hundreds of cases featuring physical trace evidence that could not be readily explained by conventional means. His work proved significant as the first systematic attempt to provide tangible scientific evidence of UFO encounters through rigorous collection and analysis of physical samples, rather than relying solely on witness testimony. The global scope and consistency of findings across numerous landing sites suggested a common origin or technology behind these incidents. The research remains noteworthy as the largest collection of analyzed physical evidence from alleged UFO landing sites, though mainstream scientific acceptance has remained limited. On October 11, 1973, shipyard workers Charles Hickson, 42, and Calvin Parker, 19, reported an encounter with extraterrestrial beings while fishing on the Pascagoula River in Mississippi.
We were sitting on the other side of the pier with our feet, over toward the river, fishing in the river. And the fish still wasn't biting, so I told Calvin, I said, well, we might as well go on.
The men observed a blue, glowing, egg-shaped object descend and hover near them, from which three entities emerged.
The blue light, it had blue flashing lights as it was, approaching the ground, but then they went out. And when the opening appeared, some source of light came from the inside. It was just almost blinding. Well, I kind of thought it was people at first, off like that. But of course, when they appeared there in front of me, it was the most shock I've ever had in my life.
The beings were described as 5 feet tall with gray, wrinkled skin, no visible necks, and crab-like pincers for hands.
They were shorter than me. I'd say about 5'2" or 3", and they didn't have a neck. They had, it seemed to come directly to their shoulders. And they had something that came out to a point about where a nose would be, and on each side the ears. And I believe that they looked like they were a little longer on the ears than the nose.
But still pointed
They were still pointing, yeah. But it seemed to me when they came out that doorway, or that opening or whatever it was, then just almost instantly they were right there on us. And their arms, they had arms, and I saw the arm moving here and in the shoulders. But they had weld. I mean, their fingers were weld, and then they had something like a thumb, and they were like this. They had me one on this arm like this, and on the other one, they had my other arm like that. And I just seemed to lift up to the same height they were off the ground, and we just moved into the craft.
The men claimed they were paralyzed, levitated into the craft, and subjected to a physical examination by these entities.
This eye, I keep referring to it as an eye, and it moved up in front of me about this close. And it started right at my eyes, looking me right in the eye. And it seemed it hesitated there for a few seconds, and it just started moving over my entire body.
After the incident, Hickson and Parker immediately reported their experience to the local sheriff's department, where authorities secretly recorded their private conversations in the interrogation room. The recording captured the men discussing their encounter in a manner that convinced many investigators of their sincerity. Both witnesses passed polygraph tests and underwent hypnosis sessions, maintaining consistent testimonies throughout their lives.
And tell me about the lie detector test. That they run this type of test about 6 times a day. They had in their mind that it was just a big joke. And if I understand it correctly, they ran one test on Mr. Hickson. The machine showed that he was telling the truth. Then they run another one. And then the examiner, he began to wonder himself. So he ran the third test, and he believed just what Mr. Hickson had told him.
The case remains significant due to the immediate reporting of the incident, the secret recording that supported their sincerity, and the multiple forms of verification that followed, making it one of the most well-documented alleged alien abduction cases in history.
I think there has to be a reason why that Calvin and me was picked. I don't know. I think that they know more of what's going on down here on this earth than we think. And I don't know, they might have been, you might say, looking for somebody that could, you might say, hold up under this train and convince people that there is another world and there's some kind of life on that world up there.
In 1974, Edgar Foch, a contractor for the United States Air Force and Department of Defense, claimed to witness the development of a classified aircraft called the TR-3B while working at a military facility. The craft was described as a triangular-shaped vehicle with a central circular area containing rotating mercury-based plasma, which allegedly reduced the vehicle's weight by 89%. According to Foch, the craft utilized magnetohydrodynamic drives and pulse detonation wave engines that enabled both subsonic and hypersonic flight capabilities as well as space operations. He claimed the technology was partially derived from reverse-engineered alien technology, suggesting government interaction with extraterrestrial artifacts. The TR-3B's reported capabilities included performing maneuvers impossible for conventional aircraft. The specific technical details he provided about the craft's propulsion systems and design have made this case a cornerstone in discussions about potential government possession of advanced alien technology. The incident remains one of the most technically detailed accounts of alleged reverse-engineered alien craft in government possession. In March 1975, Senator Barry Goldwater, an Air Force Reserve Major General, approached General Curtis LeMay to request access to a restricted area known as the Blue Room at Wright-Patterson Air Force Base in Ohio. General LeMay, the former Air Force Chief of Staff, responded aggressively, telling Goldwater to never ask about that area again. The Blue Room was rumored to contain extraterrestrial artifacts and recovered alien spacecraft connected to Wright-Patterson's alleged role in storing materials from UFO incidents. Goldwater later confirmed this exchange in multiple interviews, maintaining his account of being denied access to this highly restricted area. It demonstrated that even high-ranking military officials and senators could be denied access to certain UFO-related information. The base's historical connection to Project Blue Book, the Air Force's official UFO investigation program, and its rumored storage of materials from the Roswell incident made this denial particularly noteworthy. This event became a pivotal moment in UFO disclosure history, suggesting the existence of deeply classified information about extraterrestrial encounters that exceeded normal security clearance levels. The forceful nature of LeMay's response to a fellow general and prominent senator raised questions about the sensitivity of the information being protected at the facility. On November 5, 1975, logger Travis Walton and 6 co-workers encountered a disc-shaped craft hovering above a clearing in the Apache Sitgreaves National Forest near Snowflake, Arizona. When Walton approached the object, his co-workers reported seeing him struck by a blue-green beam of light that lifted him off the ground and threw him backward, after which they fled the scene in panic.
The whole clearing was lit up with this weird glow. It's really hard for any artist or movie to try to duplicate the strange glow there was there. Made everything look really really pretty eerie, you know. It was kind of a golden color, but with a kind of a softness to it it wasn't like beams of light shooting out. It was just this haze of light. It had a metallic look to it. It was a classic disc-shaped craft. Most of the surface seemed to be glowing. There were darker areas that didn't give off light, but the parts that weren't glowing, it wasn't so bright that you couldn't look at it.
After the initial search revealed no trace of Walton, all 6 witnesses underwent and passed lie detector tests about their encounter. The case gained national attention as one of the few alleged alien abductions with multiple credible witnesses. 5 days later, Walton reappeared near a local gas station in a disoriented state. He recounted being taken aboard the craft where he encountered humanoid beings with large eyes and small mouths, claiming to have interacted with them and observed the interior of their vessel before being returned.
He takes me into this room, and there's some other people like him, and I was assuming that maybe he's not answering my questions because he's got the helmet on. Maybe he can't hear me, maybe he can't talk with that thing on. When he left me with these other people who were dressed like him, except for the helmet, I started over and started asking all of them the questions. They were not answering either. And they started trying to get me to lay down on this table. And I found that kind of alarming. I started to resist. In hindsight, it was probably that I woke up in the middle of some sort of medical recovery. And because I was combative, they needed help from somebody that I wouldn't fight. And they were actually in a hurry to complete this. And because I was fighting these little creatures that they couldn't handle me anymore, so these human-looking people forced me down on the table, administered anesthesia.
The Travis Walton case stands as one of the longest documented alien abduction incidents with multiple witnesses who passed polygraph tests and maintained consistent testimonies over decades. The detailed nature of Walton's account of his time aboard the craft, combined with the corroborating witnesses and physical evidence of his 5-day disappearance, has made this case a cornerstone in discussions of alien abduction phenomena. In the decades since, the case has garnered international attention, with Walton appearing on countless television shows, documentaries, and podcasts to recount his experience. Even today, the Travis Walton case remains one of the most frequently cited and thoroughly examined alien abduction accounts in history, with new interviews and investigations still emerging as public interest in UFO phenomena persists. On the same date, in another part of the country, security officers at the Loring Air Force Base in Maine observed a UFO emitting bright red light hovering at 300 feet near the base's weapons storage area. The object triggered immediate security protocols, with the 42nd Bomb Wing placed on alert, and additional guards dispatched to secure the nuclear weapons storage facilities. The craft reportedly maneuvered with unusual precision and remained in the vicinity for several hours, resisting attempts to illuminate it with searchlights or intercept it. The North American Aerospace Defense Command was alerted and scrambled fighter jets from nearby bases, but the object departed before they arrived. Similar sightings continued at Loring and other military installations in the region over the following days. The incident gained particular significance due to it occurring at a nuclear weapons facility, with multiple trained military observers providing consistent testimony about the object's capabilities. The case became part of a documented pattern of UFO activity around nuclear facilities, suggesting possible extraterrestrial interest in human nuclear capabilities. The event's occurrence on the same day as the Travis Walton incident in Arizona contributed to 1975 being considered a significant year for credible UFO encounters. In August 1976, twin brothers Jim and Jack Weiner, along with friends Chuck Rack and Charlie Foltz, reported encountering a bright multicolored sphere of light while night fishing on East Lake in Maine's Allagash Wilderness.
After working our way across, taking a good 20 minutes to get there, we began fishing. And we'd only been there just maybe about 10 minutes at the most.
Yeah, if that.
And the other guy was sitting at the back of the canoe said, "What the hell's that?" And we all turned and looked in that direction. And I saw this light at the tops of the trees.
I mean, this thing was big, man. It was as big as a two-story house. It had to be at least 70, 80 feet in diameter. It made no noise at all, so there was no threatening hums or whines or anything like that.
And it was moving slowly toward us.
It was going very slowly. It wasn't a solid. It didn't look like a solid object. It was like it had a fuzzy edge to it. I thought, well, let's try signaling. And Chuck had a flashlight because we were using the flashlight to attract fish. Sure. And he immediately ticked off a SOS.
After signaling the object with their flashlight, it reportedly approached their position rapidly.
As soon as he did that, I mean, immediately after he did that, this beam of light came out of the bottom of this thing, and it came right for our canoe. I mean, we lit up like a Roman candle out in the middle of a black lake. So we started paddling, and I mean, we were really going. And I remember looking back at one point to see where this thing was and thinking that it was way behind us, and instead of being way behind us, it was right up there. And then the next thing we remembered, all of a sudden our canoe hit the beach, and we got out of the canoe and we stood there, and it was right in front of us in the water. I remember standing there looking at this thing, thinking that if I had a stone or a fair-sized rock, like maybe an egg-sized rock, I could hit it. That's how close it was. So it's about 30, 40 yards maybe. And there was a beam of light coming out of the bottom of it on the water. It wasn't moving. It was almost as if it was sitting on this beam of light. And then the beam went up into the sky, and it just went whoosh, like that, just like an iris closing.
Well, basically, we knew that it was a UFO, an unidentified flying object.
After which they experienced a period of missing time, evidenced by their campfire being reduced from roaring flames to cold embers. Years later, troubled by recurring nightmares, all four men independently underwent hypnotic regression therapy. Under hypnosis, they each recalled being taken aboard a craft by tall, thin beings with large heads and eyes, where they underwent physical examinations and experienced telepathic communication.
There was an abduction, that it wasn't just the fact that we had encountered and seen an object in the night sky that I shined a flashlight at.
They treated us, we liken it as if you or I were animal behaviorists and we went to the North Pole and darted a polar bear and we wanted to go out and then measure its teeth and see how its jaws move, take some blood samples, maybe a sperm sample, see how its limbs articulate, what's that orifice, what's this orifice, how does this work? That's how we were treated. And then the next thing I remembered was sitting in this room. It was a room where I could focus clearly directly in front of me, but my peripheral vision was blurred. My brother was standing maybe 8-10 feet away from me. He was standing and he was naked. And there were these beings, these kind of, they were human shape, but they weren't human. They had a wand that was maybe 14 inches long. It was thin on one end and had a slight, tiny little bulb on it. And they were like scanning his arms, and they were taking his arms and articulating his wrists and his shoulder. And I kept thinking, my God, they're going to really hurt him if they keep doing this. I remember that thought going through my head.
The men all passed subsequent lie detector tests and psychological evaluations regarding their experience. The case shares notable similarities with the Travis Walton incident from the previous year, including the involvement of multiple witnesses in a remote wilderness setting and detailed recollections of examinations aboard an alien craft. On September 19, 1976, multiple citizens in Tehran, Iran, reported a strange luminous object in the night sky, prompting the Iranian Air Force to investigate. Captain Mohammad Reza Azizkhani was first dispatched in an F-4 Phantom II jet and observed the object glowing so brightly it was visible from 70 miles away, but was forced to return when his aircraft's instruments and weapons systems malfunctioned near the object. A second F-4 jet, piloted by Lieutenant Parviz Jafari, was then sent to investigate and encountered similar instrument failures. Jafari observed the object changing colors and shapes before witnessing a smaller object detach from the main craft and rapidly approach his plane, forcing him to attempt evasive maneuvers before it returned to the larger craft. The case generated significant military documentation, including a detailed report to the United States Defense Intelligence Agency that was later declassified. The Tehran incident stands as one of the most thoroughly documented military UFO encounters, featuring multiple trained observers, civilian witnesses, radar tracking data, and official government documentation of the incident. The combination of electromagnetic interference with aircraft systems and the object's reported ability to deploy smaller craft makes this case particularly noteworthy in UFO research. On September 20th, 1977, NASA launched Voyager 1, carrying the Golden Record, a gold-plated copper disc containing information about Earth and humanity, designed to communicate with potential extraterrestrial civilizations. The disc, conceived by astronomer Carl Sagan's team, contained 115 analog-encoded images, natural Earth sounds, musical selections from various cultures, and greetings in 55 languages. The mission marked the first time humanity deliberately sent a comprehensive message about Earth's life and culture into interstellar space. The contents were carefully selected to represent human civilization, including scientific symbols for playing the record that were designed to be understood by advanced civilizations. It represented the first government-sanctioned acknowledgement of potential extraterrestrial intelligence through active outreach rather than passive searching. The creation and launch of this interstellar message marked a pivotal moment in how humanity approached the possibility of alien contact. Voyager 1 became the first human-made object to enter interstellar space in 2012, carrying its message farther than any other human creation. While the chances of extraterrestrial interception remain extremely low, the mission represents humanity's first deliberate attempt to introduce itself to the cosmos, establishing a precedent for future interstellar communication efforts. In 1978, Steven Spielberg released Close Encounters of the Third Kind, a film that fundamentally changed public perception of potential extraterrestrial contact. The film was developed in consultation with Dr. J. Allen Hynek, a former Project Blue Book scientist and renowned UFO researcher, who helped ensure the film accurately reflected real UFO reports and encounters. The movie popularized Hynek's classification system for UFO encounters and introduced concepts of benevolent alien contact through light and sound communication. Its portrayal of government agencies concealing evidence of alien contact resonated strongly with the public, particularly following recent events like the 1976 Tehran UFO incident. The film triggered a significant increase in reported UFO sightings and membership in UFO research organizations across the United States. The movie's influence extended to scientific communities, sparking serious discussions about potential methods for communicating with extraterrestrial intelligence. Its lasting significance comes from successfully shifting public perception of alien contact from fear to wonder, while grounding fictional elements in documented UFO encounters and scientific theory. In 1978, Prime Minister Eric Gary of Grenada brought the topic of UFOs to the United Nations General Assembly, proposing the creation of a Department of Extraterrestrial Affairs to coordinate global UFO research. On November 28th, Gary presented his case to the UN Special Political Committee, accompanied by prominent UFO researchers including Dr. J. Allen Hynek, former Project Blue Book consultant, and Lieutenant Colonel Larry Coyne, who had experienced his own UFO encounter in 1973. The presentation marked the first time UFOs were formally discussed at an international diplomatic level, challenging global leaders to consider the implications of extraterrestrial visitation. The initiative sought to transform UFO research from fringe speculation into legitimate scientific inquiry through coordinated international investigation. Though the UN did not establish the proposed department, the discussions led to a draft resolution calling for member states to conduct and coordinate UFO research. The presentation's significance stems from its unprecedented elevation of UFO discussion to the highest level of international diplomacy, establishing a precedent for treating the phenomenon as a serious global concern. This marked the first time a world leader formally advocated for UFO research at an international forum, helping legitimize future government investigations into unexplained aerial phenomena. In the late 1970s, businessman and physicist Paul Benowitz began documenting strange aerial phenomena and intercepting unusual electronic signals near Kirtland Air Force Base in Albuquerque, New Mexico. From his home adjacent to the base, he photographed lights performing unusual maneuvers and recorded what he believed were non-human communications. Air Force Office of Special Investigations agent Richard Doty was assigned to handle Benowitz's reports, initiating what would become a complex psychological operation. Rather than dismissing the claims, Doty and other officials deliberately fed Benowitz manufactured stories about alien bases and government conspiracies while monitoring his activities. The operation expanded when UFO researcher William Moore was recruited to provide Benowitz with fabricated documents, including the Aquarius document, which falsely detailed government knowledge of extraterrestrial presence. Moore later claimed he was told this deception was necessary to protect classified military projects that Benowitz had unknowingly discovered. Benowitz subsequently reported finding what he believed was an underground alien base beneath Archuleta Mesa near Dulce, New Mexico. The psychological strain of his investigations, combined with the deliberate manipulation by government agents, led to his mental deterioration and eventual hospitalization. Richard Doty later acknowledged the operation, claiming that 80% of UFO information circulated during this period was deliberately fabricated by the government. The case revealed how far military intelligence would go to protect classified programs, establishing a documented pattern of government agencies using UFO mythology as cover for covert operations. In late December 1980, multiple United States Air Force personnel stationed at RAF Woodbridge and RAF Bentwaters in Suffolk, England, reported encountering an unidentified craft in Rendlesham Forest. Security patrolmen first witnessed unusual lights descending into the woods on December 26th, and upon investigation discovered what they described as a triangular metallic craft with colored lights maneuvering between the trees.
When the object started moving toward us, it moved forward from the field into the forest. It's moving like this through the trees, going up and down, avoiding the trees.
You're under the clear impression that this object was intelligently moving?
Definitely. It was under some type of intelligent control. Some way to avoid the trees. Then it came toward us at one point, started toward us, and then it receded. It went away, it went back out into the field and stayed out into the field for, I don't know, maybe 10, 20, 30 seconds. And silently it went, exploded into white objects. They just disappeared.
Deputy Base Commander Lieutenant Colonel Charles Halt led a follow-up investigation on subsequent nights, documenting his observations on audio tape as multiple white objects pulsed and moved through the sky. Halt recorded witnessing 3 star-like objects, one of which projected a beam of light toward the ground. Physical evidence was documented at the alleged landing site, including ground impressions and abnormal radiation readings that exceeded typical background levels. The craft reportedly left markings consistent with a landing and radiation levels 10 times higher than surrounding areas. The Ministry of Defense received official reports of the incident from military personnel, including a memorandum from Colonel Halt detailing the events and evidence found. The case garnered significant attention due to the military rank of the witnesses involved and the existence of both audio recordings and physical measurements taken at the scene. This incident, coined Britain's Roswell, shares notable parallels with the 1947 Roswell case, as both involved military personnel reporting structured craft and physical evidence on or near sensitive military installations. In December of 1980, Betty Cash, Vicki Landrum, and Colby Landrum encountered a large diamond-shaped UFO on a dark road near Dayton, Texas. The object hovered above the trees, emitting intense heat and flames downward while surrounded by multiple military-style helicopters. The witnesses suffered severe physical reactions including burns, nausea, hair loss, and lasting health problems that required multiple hospitalizations. Betty Cash experienced the worst symptoms after exiting her vehicle to observe the object. The case gained attention when the witnesses filed a lawsuit against the U.S. government, claiming the craft was a secret military test. The government denied any involvement or presence of helicopters in the area. The witnesses' medical symptoms were extensively documented by doctors and aligned with radiation exposure, though no official explanation for the incident was ever provided. Physical evidence included burn marks on the road surface and trees, while multiple residents in the area reported seeing similar aircraft and helicopters that evening. January 8, 1981, farmer Renato Nicolai witnessed a metallic disc-shaped object, approximately 2.5 meters in diameter, land briefly on his property in Aix-en-Provence, France. The craft, described as two inverted bowls joined together, emitted a faint whistling sound before rapidly ascending and departing after only a few seconds on the ground. The French gendarmerie responded to Nicolai's report and collected soil and plant samples from the circular impression left at the landing site. These samples were analyzed by GIPAN, the French government's official UFO investigation unit within the French Space Agency. The 1983 GEPAN report revealed significant findings including soil compression, evidence of heating, and biochemical changes in surrounding vegetation. Plants near the landing site showed accelerated growth and substantial chlorophyll reduction, suggesting exposure to an unknown energy source. GIPAN's report concluded that a substantial weight combined with high-temperature emissions and possible electromagnetic energy had affected the site, though they could not explain the event through conventional means. The Aix-en-Provence incident remains one of the most thoroughly documented and scientifically analyzed UFO landing cases, notable for both its physical trace evidence and official government investigation. The case marked a rare instance where a government agency openly investigated and documented unexplained phenomena while employing strict scientific methodology. 1984. Thousands of residents across New York's Hudson Valley region reported encounters with massive triangular or V-shaped craft, often described as the size of football fields. The objects were characterized by their silent movement and distinctive patterns of multicolored lights along their edges. A Westchester County police officer and multiple witnesses observed a boomerang-shaped craft hovering silently over the Taconic Parkway. The object was reported to be at least 100 feet long, covered in multicolored lights, and demonstrated flight capabilities beyond known aircraft technology. The sighting spanned across New York and Connecticut, with witnesses including police officers, pilots, and other professionals whose observational credibility was considered highly reliable. Local residents formed organized UFO study groups to document and investigate the ongoing phenomena, marking one of the first coordinated civilian efforts to systematically track UFO activity. Also in 1984, the Search for Extraterrestrial Intelligence Institute was officially established by Jill Tarter and Thomas Pearson as a non-profit organization in California. The institute formalized the scientific search for extraterrestrial intelligence, bringing together astronomers, physicists, and other scientists under a structured research program. SETI pioneered the use of radio telescopes to systematically scan the cosmos for artificial signals that might indicate intelligent life. Their methodology focused on analyzing electromagnetic spectrum data for patterns suggesting intentional transmission from distant civilizations. The Institute's creation marked a significant shift in academic approaches to the search for alien life, moving it from fringe science to mainstream scientific inquiry. Through projects like the Allen Telescope Array, SETI established rigorous protocols for detecting and analyzing potential extraterrestrial signals. The Institute later expanded its search methods to include optical SETI, looking for laser pulses that might indicate interstellar communication. SETI's establishment represents the first time a dedicated scientific organization was created specifically to search for extraterrestrial intelligence, marking a pivotal moment in humanity's systematic quest to answer whether we are alone in the universe. November 17, 1986. Japan Airlines cargo flight 1628, a Boeing 747, encountered two rectangular-shaped objects while flying over Alaska. Captain Kenju Terauchi, an experienced pilot with 29 years of flying experience, along with his co-pilot and flight engineer, observed the objects which they described as being the size of aircraft carriers and emitting an intense glow. The objects maneuvered close to their aircraft for several minutes, demonstrating impossible aerobatics with sudden stops and rapid accelerations beyond known technological capabilities. The Federal Aviation Administration's Air Route Traffic Control Center in Anchorage detected an unknown target on radar near the JAL flight, providing rare instrumental confirmation of the sighting. The FAA launched an investigation but could not initially explain the event. Though they later suggested the crew might have misidentified another aircraft, Jupiter, or weather phenomena, Captain Terauchi maintained his belief that the objects were of extraterrestrial origin. The case became a cornerstone of UFO research due to its combination of credible witnesses, radar confirmation, and the apparent display of technology far beyond human capabilities. A United Airlines flight in the vicinity was asked to verify the sighting and reported seeing unusual lights in the same location. The incident gained particular significance as one of the few UFO encounters involving multiple professional witnesses and corresponding radar data. November 11, 1987. Ed Walters, a building contractor in Gulf Breeze, Florida, photographed a luminous bell-shaped object hovering near his home using a Polaroid camera. The incident marked the beginning of a prolonged series of sightings and encounters that would continue for several months. Over the following weeks, multiple Gulf Breeze residents began reporting similar sightings of craft, matching Walters' descriptions and photographs. Walters continued documenting his encounters, producing numerous photographs and video footage of the craft, which often appeared surrounded by a bluish glow or beam of light. The case gained particular attention when Walters reported receiving telepathic communications from the craft's occupants and claimed experiences of abduction. These encounters transformed Gulf Breeze into a focal point for UFO activity, attracting researchers and media attention nationwide. The case became controversial when investigators discovered a model resembling the photographed craft in a house previously owned by Walters. Despite this finding, multiple witness accounts of similar craft continued to emerge from the Gulf Breeze area. The incident remains significant as one of the most extensively documented and photographed UFO cases, generating both strong support and skepticism within the UFO research community. 1987. John Lear, a former CIA pilot and aviation expert, emerged as a prominent figure in UFO disclosure by presenting extensive claims about government contact with extraterrestrial beings.
It was a day in 1987. Into the studio comes a guy named John Lear. His family was famous. His dad developed the Lear jet, the 8-track tape. John had run for the state senate. He had a certain amount of credibility with our news organization, KLAS-TV, because he had helped us break a really big story. And the story was the stealth fighter, the F-117. Ned broke that story. It went national. So John Lear comes into the station one day with a stack of what turned out to be UFO documents. He plops them on Ned's desk and says, Ned, this is going to be the next biggest story, the biggest story in history. It's a UFO cover-up. Aliens are here. Technology's been recovered. Ned takes a look at it and says, I'm not doing this story. If it was true, I'd already know about it. This is crazy. As he's going out, I said, Lear, let me take a look at this material. And I looked at it. I thought, well, this is kind of interesting. At the time, I was producing and hosting this little public affairs show, 30-minute interview show. It would air Sunday morning at 6 o'clock. Nobody watches it. It would be interviewing a city councilman, a county commissioner. What the heck? I'll put Lear on there. And I let him go. And he told me this big scenario about secret treaties with aliens and recovered technology and a giant cover-up. Some of the information sounded outrageous. Some of it seemed like it would be worth checking out.
He alleged that the U.S. government had established direct communication with aliens and was using popular media like E.T. and Close Encounters to shape public perception of extraterrestrials. Lear claimed a significant military confrontation occurred between American forces and UFOs in 1979, and by 1983 government officials had realized the gravity of their missteps in alien negotiations. He detailed alleged agreements between a secret organization called Majestic 12 and Gray Aliens, which he claimed had resulted in sanctioned abductions, implants, and human-alien hybrid programs.
The Air Force has made an art form of ridiculing people who have talked about this thing. They've done an excellent job of covering it up for the last 40 years. George, basically what we're dealing with here is, I'll give you the bottom line. I'm not trying to sell a book, I'm not trying to promote a lecture. This is based on what I've come across after intense research in the last year. I have found out that the government has retrieved between 10 and 15 actual flying saucers, 3 of which have been in perfect condition, 1 of which they tried to fly. They have between 30 and 50 alien bodies in cryogenic storage. They represent at least 5 different civilizations.
His revelations included specific details about Area 51's operations and supported the later testimonies of Bob Lazar regarding advanced alien technology.
Most people think I'm absolutely nuts, and that's okay with me.
Lear pointed to President Reagan's public speeches about unifying humanity against an extraterrestrial threat as evidence of high-level government awareness.
Perhaps we need some outside universal threat to make us recognize this common bound. I occasionally think how quickly our differences worldwide would vanish if we were facing an alien threat from outside this world. And yet, I ask you, is not an alien force already among us?
Lear's work with alien abduction cases through hypnosis led him to claim that abductees were being monitored and programmed with post-hypnotic suggestions related to a future event. His emergence coincided with the Gulf Breeze incident months later, contributing to heightened public interest in UFO phenomena during the late 1980s. The significance of Lear's disclosure lies in his credible background as a CIA pilot and his introduction of a political dimension to UFO research, suggesting deep government involvement with extraterrestrial beings. While his claims remained unverified, his testimony influenced UFO discourse until his death in 2022, challenging conventional narratives about government knowledge of alien presence.
Believe me when I tell you, you may not find out in a month, a year, 5 years, or 10 years, but you'll look back at what I'm telling you now, and you'll say to yourself, my gosh, the son of a gun was right.
May 7th, 1989. Reports emerged of a UFO being shot down by South African military forces in the Kalahari Desert near the border of Botswana. A purported top-secret military intelligence document detailed the recovery of a disc-shaped craft approximately 60 feet in diameter after its interception by South African aircraft. 2 humanoid beings, described as 4 feet tall with large heads and dark eyes, were allegedly recovered alive from the wreckage and taken into military custody. The document provided specific crash site coordinates and claimed United States involvement in the recovery operation. The incident gained particular attention due to the detailed nature of the leaked military report, which included technical descriptions of the craft and explicit information about the recovered beings. The case shared notable similarities with the 1947 Roswell incident, as both involved alleged military recovery of extraterrestrial craft and beings. The authenticity of the document and incident were heavily contested by researchers who identified inconsistencies in the report. The case emerged during a period of heightened UFO interest, following John Lear's 1987 claims about government collaboration with extraterrestrial entities and concurrent with the ongoing Gulf Breeze sightings. May 15th, 1989. Bob Lazar appeared on Las Vegas television station KLAS in an interview with reporter George Knapp, claiming he worked as a government scientist at a secret facility called S4 near Area 51 in Nevada.
We do this third show with Lear, and he hints that he knows a guy who might be going to work out at Area 51 and knows something about alien technology. That guy turns out to be Bob Lazar, but Lear didn't give me the name at that time. A couple months later, I am anchoring the 5 o'clock news on KLAS. Our guest doesn't show up. We're scrambling to find somebody to fill that hole, and I thought about Lear. So I called him up, not knowing what had been going on in Lazar's life or Lear's life, and I said, hey, is your that UFO guy you told me about, is he around? Would he do an interview? Just turned out that Bob had been through the ringer, a lot of stuff going on in his life. He felt threatened, and he said yes. We had to black out his face. We do this interview, and he spills the basics of the story. I worked out there at a place called S4. I saw 9 flying saucers in an underground base. This is technology that came from somewhere else. I'm in fear for my life. Holy cow, the phones start ringing off the hook. My news director comes rushing in, the station manager, is that for real? What's the deal on that? And we realized we had touched the pulse of the public in a way that I didn't really understand.
He detailed his alleged work reverse engineering multiple alien spacecraft, which he called sport models, and described an advanced propulsion system powered by an undiscovered Element 115.
We would ask him questions about his background and how he got the job. We spent a couple hours with him, and we walked out of that meeting thinking, holy shit, what if this is true? This is really risky for us as journalists. It's risky for our personal reputations if it blows up in our faces and we do this story, and it would really damage the reputation of our news organization. We're putting a lot on the line. Well, look, we decide, let's take our time. Let's look into this guy's story. And then in order to understand Lazar, we'd have to look at the bigger picture of UFOs. So I started a cram course on ufology, and I read everything. Lazar took us into the lab. We took cameras in there. He walked us around waving to people. We didn't even have to stop for security. Took us into the lab like it was a rabbit going through its own burrow. He knew his way around. We were allowed to take a camera in there. We put those stories together, put them on the air in November, and man, it just went through the roof.
Lazar provided specific descriptions of the craft interiors, security protocols, and the government's attempts to understand alien technology. His claims about Element 115 gained renewed attention in 2003 when a similar element, later named Moscovium, was synthesized, though its properties differed from his descriptions. The interview coincided with other significant UFO events, including John Lear's 1987 claims about government alien collaboration.
Allegedly, obviously, I didn't see this and I don't know it to be fact, but this is what I was told, that I was hired to replace one of a couple people that were killed while working on one of the reactors from one of the crafts. Apparently, they, for whatever reason, cut open an operating reactor, and the device exploded, killing both of them.
Lazar described intense security measures at S4, including the use of hypnosis and mind-altering drugs on personnel. His testimony brought Area 51 and S4 into mainstream consciousness as potential sites of hidden extraterrestrial research. The interview remains one of the most significant moments in UFO disclosure history, marking the first detailed public account of alleged government reverse engineering of alien technology. Lazar's claims sparked renewed interest in government secrecy surrounding extraterrestrial contact and influenced subsequent discussions about hidden aerospace programs. On September 27, 1989, multiple children in Voronezh, Russia, reported witnessing a large shining disk, approximately 10 meters in diameter, land in their local park. According to their accounts, 3 humanoid beings emerged from the craft, standing approximately 3 meters tall with small heads, luminous eyes, and wearing silvery suits with bronze boots. The entities allegedly walked around the park taking samples, and one reportedly used a stick-like device to temporarily make a teenager vanish. One being was described as having a third eye in the center of its forehead. Unlike typical UFO sightings of the era, this incident received serious attention from local police and extensive coverage in the normally skeptical Soviet press. Multiple witnesses provided consistent details about the craft and beings. While skeptics suggested mass hysteria or misidentification, the number of witnesses and official response made this case particularly noteworthy. The Voronezh incident remains one of the most widely documented close encounter cases from the former Soviet Union. On March 30, 1990, multiple witnesses, including police officers across Belgium, reported seeing a large triangular craft with bright lights at each corner and a pulsing red center light. The Belgian Air Force scrambled 2 F-16 fighters to intercept the object, which was simultaneously detected on military radar. The F-16 pilots reported locking onto the target multiple times, but the object would respond by performing impossible maneuvers, including instantaneous acceleration and altitude changes from 10,000 to 500 feet within seconds. Despite their advanced capabilities, the fighters were unable to maintain contact with the craft. Colonel Wilfried de Brouwer, head of the Belgian Air Force's Academy, publicly acknowledged they had no explanation for the incident's radar data and multiple witness accounts. This event was the peak of the Belgian UFO wave that began in November 1989, with numerous similar triangular craft sightings reported across the country. The Belgian Society for the Study of Space Phenomena compiled a comprehensive report of the incident, making it one of the most well-documented military UFO encounters in history. On September 16, 1991, NASA cameras aboard Space Shuttle Discovery's STS-48 mission captured footage of multiple luminous objects performing unusual maneuvers near Earth's atmosphere during a live broadcast. The video shows several objects moving at high speeds, with one object making an abrupt directional change immediately after a bright flash of light appears nearby. The incident's significance stems from its capture on NASA's official equipment during a sanctioned space mission, making the source footage indisputable. The objects demonstrated apparent abilities to make sudden, high-speed course corrections that would be impossible for known satellites or space debris. NASA officials suggested the objects were ice particles or debris illuminated by sunlight and affected by shuttle thruster firings. However, researchers who analyzed the footage argued that the objects' movements, particularly their rapid acceleration and precise directional changes, indicated intelligent control beyond current human capabilities. The footage has been extensively studied to calculate the object's size, speed, and trajectories, with some researchers suggesting the flash of light could indicate an unknown weapons system. This remains one of the most thoroughly documented and analyzed space-based UFO incidents due to its clear NASA origin and multiple viewable objects. In 1979, Phil Schneider, a geological engineer and explosive expert, claimed he participated in a classified government operation at an underground facility near Dulce, New Mexico, according to his account, which he began sharing publicly in 1992.
I'm Phil Schneider. I spent 17 years in black budget programs, government geologist, as engineer, structural engineer with aerospace applications. Self-taught metallurgist, became kind of famous in my own right. Up here I have different artifacts. Some of them are alien metals that have been produced both on this planet and the confines of outer space that are now used in all stealth aircraft. All stealth aircraft, for instance, all black jets, what you're seeing of black helicopters and the like, the skins and the coatings and the residues that are used predominantly in the aircraft themselves, in the airframes, in the rotor blades and the fans, and in some cases in submarines, special titanium hulls, in the Phoenix-class submarines now. All this has come from alien technology. 1947 is what the public has been told. Something crashed in the backyard in New Mexico, a place called Roswell, New Mexico. Unfortunately, that's what the public's been told. The military's known about the alien question for the better part of 70 years, and they first saw their glimpse of what was going on as early as 1909 in the American Southwest. Army cavalry evidently were chasing some bandits, and they entered this cave. They were holed up in a cave, and what they found in there was flying discs and little gray guys and all kinds of weird things, and they didn't know how to explain that, and they wrote them down as best they could, and it's been in secret archives ever since.
His drilling team accidentally breached a vast subterranean complex, allegedly inhabited by extraterrestrial beings. Schneider reported that the breach led to a violent confrontation between human military forces and alien entities, leaving him as one of only 3 survivors from a team of 60. He claimed to have sustained severe injuries during the firefight, including lost fingers and extensive burns from what he described as advanced alien weapons. His testimony suggested the existence of a joint human-alien underground base and ongoing covert operations involving extraterrestrial beings. While speaking on the lecture circuit, Schneider provided detailed descriptions of the facility's multiple levels and claimed knowledge of similar bases across the United States. In 1996, Schneider was found dead in his apartment, under circumstances his supporters consider suspicious. While no official corroboration of his claims exists, his detailed technical knowledge and willingness to speak publicly, despite alleged threats, made his account notable among claimed government whistleblower testimonies regarding extraterrestrial contact. In 1993, Dr. Stephen Greer, a former emergency room physician, established the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence to initiate peaceful contact with extraterrestrial civilizations. The organization developed specific protocols called Close Encounters of the Fifth Kind, using meditation and remote viewing techniques to allegedly facilitate communication with alien beings. The organization also collected testimonies from military, government, and corporate insiders claiming direct knowledge of extraterrestrial encounters and covert programs. The Foundation organized worldwide expeditions where participants attempted contact using these protocols, with Greer and followers reporting numerous successful interactions with UFO craft. The organization also collected testimonies from military, government, and corporate insiders claiming direct knowledge of extraterrestrial encounters and covert programs.
The head of Army Intelligence in 1992, when he found out what we were doing, he was so angry. And he says, "Who the hell do you think you are?" I said, "Well, I'm a free citizen of the earth and of the cosmos, and we're making contact." He says, "You're not cleared." I said, "I don't need your clearance or permission." So we went mano a mano, and I'm a nice guy until you challenge me, and I'm going to lay you out. And then I turned to him, and I said, "Look, when I was 17, I died. I know there is no death. I know that what is within me and within all of us goes on forever and is infinite and eternal. And therefore, if you want to kill me, go ahead, but I'll be more trouble to you on the other side."
By 2001, Greer's work evolved into the Disclosure Project, which sought to pressure governments into releasing classified information about alien contact and technology. He reported briefing high-ranking government officials and members of Congress about extraterrestrial visitation and advanced energy technologies allegedly derived from alien sources. The organization represented a significant shift from traditional UFO research by focusing on active engagement rather than passive investigation of past events. While critics questioned CSETI's methods and scientific rigor, its systematic approach to extraterrestrial contact influenced subsequent disclosure movements and established new protocols for attempted alien communication. In 1994, New Mexico Congressman Stephen Schiff initiated a formal investigation into the 1947 Roswell incident after receiving numerous constituent inquiries questioning the official weather balloon explanation. Schiff publicly questioned the military's intense response to the incident, including heightened security measures and special debris handling procedures, during an appearance on Larry King Live. At Schiff's request, the United States General Accounting Office conducted an official audit of Roswell-related records. The investigation revealed that key documents from the period had been destroyed, raising questions about potential information suppression. Schiff's efforts faced significant resistance from the Department of Defense and other government agencies when seeking information about the incident. In 1997, the Air Force responded to Schiff's inquiries with the Roswell Report, Case Closed, attributing the incident to Operation Mogul, a classified program using high-altitude balloons to detect Soviet nuclear tests. Schiff's investigation represented a rare intersection of mainstream politics and UFO research, lending credibility to public demands for government transparency on the subject. On September 16, 1994, more than 60 students aged 5 to 12 at Ariel School in Ruwa, Zimbabwe, reported seeing multiple silver craft land in a field adjacent to their playground during morning break. The children described witnessing small beings approximately 3 feet tall emerge from the craft, with large eyes, slender limbs, and long dark hair.
And then we saw something shiny, and we saw two people. They were in tight black suit, and they had big eyes and a small, we didn't actually see their nose, but it was quite small, and their mouth was quite small as well.
Yeah, purple and red. But it was like it was going like each one to each one, but quickly.
Yeah,
like
they'll go there and then it'll vanish, and then it'll go there and vanish, and then vanish.
Oh, really? But going quickly.
Multiple students claimed to receive telepathic messages from these entities warning about environmental damage humans were causing to Earth. The consistency of their accounts was particularly notable, given their varied backgrounds and apparent lack of prior exposure to UFO mythology.
Where the spaceship had landed, all the insects and ants and stuff like that were all dead, and there was a huge black mark there.
Harvard psychiatrist Dr. John E. Mack and South African researcher Cynthia Hind investigated the incident shortly after it occurred, conducting extensive interviews with the witnesses.
People say to you, no, it wasn't true, so you think it wasn't true.
Then you think that you're mad.
Yeah.
Yeah. And after that, you get all upset.
Yeah, and everyone starts teasing. And my friends over the road, when I go there and I tell them about it, they just say, oh, he believes in aliens, oh, he's stupid.
You've seen too many movies.
Yeah.
And did you describe it to them? Exactly what happened?
Yeah, and I drew it on a paper and I said, Daddy, this is what it looked like. And then he drew it well and he said, Michael, I think you're telling the truth now.
Both researchers noted the children's testimonies were remarkably coherent and consistent, with genuine emotional reactions suggesting authentic trauma or experience.
Who was scared? Not all of you, huh? Who was dreaming about it since then?
Yes, yes.
In a bad way?
Bad way.
Yeah, in a bad way?
Many of the original witnesses have maintained their accounts into adulthood, participating in follow-up interviews and investigations.
I was making a film on UFOs, and I dismissed it so quickly because I thought, there's no way that a mass landing with the sheer volume of eyewitness testimony at a school in broad daylight could happen and the whole world not know about it. So I just walked away from that story for about 10 years. There were roughly 100 kids in the playground, broad daylight, and they got within some of them within arm's length of these beings. And a lot of them hadn't even told their significant others, just because they said they were tired of having to defend this. That case is absolutely, and it was witnessed by lots of other people in and around the area for several days before it chose a school to land.
The day before the spaceship came, my friends and I were sitting in the playground, and one of my friends, her name Emily, she looked up into the sky and she said, "Oh, there's a UFO." She said, and I looked at it and she said, "No, just kidding, it's an airplane." And we looked up and I thought to myself, that can't be an airplane because it was very shiny. It looked kind of like a cigarette, you know? It was a long thing and then on the end it was all shiny. So I said, maybe it is a UFO. So we were all kind of like getting scared now. And then the day that it happened, then we started thinking, yeah, there must have been a UFO in the sky. Because my brother also saw it.
When I was reviewing in the studio the archival interview of the children, she just dropped off a cup of coffee and she stopped and went, "Oh my God. Those children are not lying. This is the most amazing thing I've ever seen."
In 1995, the United States Air Force released the Roswell Report, Fact versus Fiction, to address persistent claims about a 1947 UFO crash and alleged alien body recovery near Roswell, New Mexico. The report attributed the incident to Project Mogul, a classified program using high-altitude balloons with acoustic sensors to detect Soviet nuclear tests. The document explained that reported alien bodies were likely misidentified anthropomorphic dummies used in 1950s high-altitude parachute tests. The Air Force conducted extensive research, including witness interviews, historical record analysis, and physical evidence examination to support these conclusions. Despite its comprehensive nature, the report's explanations were challenged by UFO researchers who cited contradictory witness testimonies and physical evidence. The document's release and subsequent debate highlighted growing tension between official government narratives and public belief in extraterrestrial visitation. In January 1996, 3 women in Varginha, Brazil, reported encountering a strange being in broad daylight, describing it as 5 feet tall with brown, oily skin, a large head, red eyes, and emitting an unusual odor. Following this initial sighting, multiple residents reported similar creatures throughout the city, with some witnessing military and fire department personnel allegedly capturing at least one entity. Local hospital staff and military members claimed the beings were transported to nearby medical facilities, with some witnesses reporting injuries or deaths among the creatures. The Brazilian military conducted extensive operations in the area, cordoning off sections of the city and deploying specialized vehicles. Multiple officials, including military personnel, hospital staff, and local government employees, provided testimony about their involvement, though many reported facing pressure to remain silent. Some witnesses suggested the beings were survivors of a crashed UFO, though no wreckage was ever publicly documented. The case gained international attention as one of Brazil's most significant UFO incidents due to its numerous credible witnesses, alleged government involvement, and extensive military response. The incident remains notable for the unprecedented level of official participation in what appeared to be the capture and containment of possible extraterrestrial beings. On March 13, 1997, thousands of witnesses across Arizona, Nevada, and parts of Mexico reported observing a series of lights in a V-shaped formation, moving silently across the night sky for several hours. Multiple observers, including pilots and law enforcement officers, described either a single massive craft or a series of lights moving in formation, with some estimating its size to be up to a mile wide. The incident was captured on multiple video recordings and garnered significant media attention, leading Arizona Governor Fife Symington to hold a press conference initially mocking the sightings before later admitting he had witnessed the lights himself.
And now I'll ask Officer Stein and his colleagues to escort the accused into the room so that we may all look upon the guilty party. Don't get him too close to me, please. That's, And this just goes to show that you guys are entirely too serious.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious now. That unquestionably it was a UFO, which means unidentified flying object. It's nothing like anything I've ever seen.
And you're an Air Force guy.
Yeah, and a pilot. Got a lot of hours flying. So it was pretty breathtaking. And she said, "Oh my gosh," she said, "she looked like a ghost. What did you see?" And I said, "Well, I don't know what I saw, but it was really something, and I'm not going to talk about it." And then all of a sudden, these people in the park area just on the west side of 51, there were a bunch of people there. Everybody said, "Oh, look at that." And we turned around, and this thing was coming from the northwest, traveling to the southeast.
Do you believe it was ours? Do you believe it was something from the U.S. government that they were kind of flying?
I don't think so. I think this was technologically far advanced. But I've always been open to that. We're not alone in the universe. We're going to find that out one way or the other. Even Bill Clinton was talking about that the other day.
Military officials attributed the phenomenon to flares dropped during training exercises, though many witnesses insisted the slow-moving, silent formation could not be explained by conventional aircraft. Coincidentally, that same night, radio host Art Bell received a frantic call on his show Coast to Coast AM from a claimed former Area 51 employee attempting to share information about extraterrestrial beings before being mysteriously cut off. While potentially unrelated, this added to the night's intrigue. The Phoenix Lights remain one of the most widely documented UFO events in history due to the thousands of witnesses across multiple states, extensive video evidence, and credible observers including government officials who later came forward. The incident's scale and documentation helped establish mass UFO sightings as a serious phenomenon warranting investigation. In January 2000, a high-level French research group composed of military officers, scientists, and space experts released the Cometa Report, a comprehensive 3-year study of UFO phenomena titled UFOs and Defense: What Should We Prepare For? The study examined numerous cases worldwide, focusing particularly on military and pilot encounters. The report concluded that the extraterrestrial hypothesis was the most likely explanation for certain UFO incidents, a remarkable stance given the credentials of its authors. This conclusion challenged prevailing official skepticism and marked one of the first times high-ranking military and scientific experts openly supported the possibility of extraterrestrial origins. The document emphasized potential national security implications and called for increased international cooperation in studying UFO phenomena. It specifically recommended developing global standards for investigating and reporting unexplained aerial encounters. While not an official government publication, the Cometa Report's blend of military expertise and scientific analysis made it a landmark document in UFO research. Its release represented the first time a group of highly credentialed experts had conducted such an extensive study and openly advocated for treating the UFO phenomenon as a serious matter of national defense and scientific inquiry. In 2001, Dr. Stephen Greer organized a series of informal congressional briefings in Washington, D.C., to present evidence and testimony about UFOs and alleged government knowledge of extraterrestrial activity. The briefings featured testimonies from military personnel, government officials, and civilians who claimed first-hand experiences with UFOs or knowledge of covert programs related to extraterrestrial technology. The presentations covered reported UFO sightings by military personnel, claims of recovered alien craft, and allegations of secret government programs focused on reverse engineering extraterrestrial technology. Greer and his team aimed to convince lawmakers that the topic warranted serious congressional investigation due to its potential implications for national security, energy policy, and technological advancement. While the briefings did not immediately result in formal hearings or legislative action, they represented one of the first organized attempts to bring UFO disclosure directly to U.S. lawmakers. The initiative helped establish groundwork for future UAP discussions within government circles, though critics argued the presentations lacked substantial evidence to support their extraordinary claims. The briefings followed Greer's high-profile National Press Club event earlier that year, where similar testimonies were presented. Both events were part of Greer's broader strategy to elevate UFO discourse to the highest levels of government and push for official acknowledgement of the phenomena. On May 9, 2001, Dr. Stephen Greer organized the Disclosure Project press conference at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., featuring over 20 former military personnel, government officials, and civilians with claimed first-hand knowledge of UFO encounters. The 2-hour event was broadcast live across multiple media outlets, marking one of the first times such high-level witnesses had publicly testified about their experiences with unexplained phenomena. Witnesses provided detailed accounts of UFO sightings by military pilots, reports of extraterrestrial technology being studied in classified facilities, and alleged covert operations to suppress information about alien contact. Several participants claimed that observed UFO technology far exceeded current human capabilities, suggesting some advancements in energy and propulsion systems originated from reverse-engineered alien craft. The conference specifically called for open congressional hearings about UFOs and government secrecy surrounding extraterrestrial contact. Witnesses argued that advanced alien technologies being withheld could revolutionize global energy production and eliminate fossil fuel dependence. This marked a shift in public discourse around UFOs from fringe speculation to serious debate about government transparency and potential technological implications. Between February and March 2002, British Systems Administrator Gary McKinnon infiltrated 97 United States military and NASA computer networks from his London apartment in search of evidence of UFO cover-ups and suppressed free energy technology. McKinnon, using the alias Solo, claimed to have discovered a spreadsheet listing non-terrestrial officers and transfers between unregistered ships not part of any known Earth fleet. During his network access, McKinnon reported seeing images of smooth, sphere-like UFOs, which were quickly removed before he could save them. He also alleged finding documents about zero-point energy devices that could revolutionize power generation. The unauthorized access was detected and led to a decade-long legal battle as U.S. authorities sought McKinnon's extradition on charges of causing $700,000 in damage to military computer systems. McKinnon faced up to 70 years in prison if convicted in the United States. The incident gained significance as the largest military computer hack of its time and brought attention to claims of classified space programs and extraterrestrial contact. Britain ultimately blocked McKinnon's extradition in 2012 on human rights grounds, citing his Asperger's syndrome diagnosis and risk of suicide. On March 5, 2003, a Mexican Air Force Merlin C-26A aircraft conducting routine drug surveillance over Campeche, Mexico encountered multiple unidentified objects during their mission. The crew initially detected a single bright object on their forward-looking infrared camera, which was joined by several others that moved in formation and displayed rapid directional changes beyond conventional aircraft capabilities. The objects were captured on the plane's infrared system and witnessed by multiple experienced military pilots who were conducting the surveillance operation. The craft demonstrated unusual flight characteristics, including high-speed maneuvers and sudden direction changes that defied explanation by the trained observers. In 2004, the Mexican government took the unprecedented step of publicly releasing the infrared footage captured during the incident. This release represented a rare instance of a military organization officially sharing evidence of an unexplained aerial encounter. The case gained additional credibility due to the professional status of the witnesses and the technical nature of the infrared evidence, though some analysts suggested the images could be misidentified natural phenomena. The incident remains significant as one of the few military UFO encounters officially acknowledged and documented by a government. On November 14, 2004, the USS Princeton, operating with the USS Nimitz Carrier Strike Group off the coast of San Diego, detected multiple unidentified objects performing maneuvers beyond known aircraft capabilities during training exercises. Over several days, radar operators repeatedly tracked these objects moving at extreme speeds and altitudes, prompting multiple system recalibrations to verify the accuracy of their readings. Commander David Fravor and Lieutenant Commander Jim Slate were dispatched to investigate, encountering a white, oval-shaped craft approximately 40 feet long hovering over the ocean.
They're telling us they have a contact on their radar. They don't know what it is. They just have a blip. They have a little blip. They had been looking at these things as we're driving. He says, "Sir, we've been tracking these things for about 2 weeks." We had been at sea for 2 weeks. He goes, "This is the first time we've had planes airborne. We want you to go see what these are." So we start driving out there. As we get down to, he's going, 20 miles, 15 miles, 10 miles. And then you get to a point where they call merge plot. When they say merge plot, he's right around, something's around you, get your head out. You're done looking at your displays inside, you're doing this, and you're trying to find it. So as we look out to the right and you look high and low, because he could be anywhere from the surface all the way up. It's a clear day. There's no clouds and there's no white caps. So that's what it was. We don't see an object because there's all kinds of, they saw this, they saw another craft below the water. We didn't see anything below the water. We just saw white water. So as we're looking down off the right side, the backseater in the other airplane, Jim, he says, "Hey, Skipper, do you?" And that's about what he gets out of his mouth. And I go, "What the hell is that?" So we see the white water, and that's what draws our eyes down there. Otherwise, we'd have never seen it. And we see this little white Tic Tac, because we're about 20,000 feet above it, and it's going basically north, south, and then east, west, north, and it's abrupt. It's very abrupt. So as a pilot, the first thing you think is, it's a helicopter, right? So you go, "Oh, what is?" Because when we see it, it's moving. We're like, "Oh, helicopter." You see it, and you go, "Well, there's no rotor wash. What is that thing?" So then I go, "Hey, I'm going to go check it out." And the other pilot says, "I'm going to stay up here." And I said, "Yeah, stay up high," because now we get a different perspective. She can watch me and the Tic Tac, so she gets a God's eye view of everything that's going on, which is really important. So as we come down, we get to about 12 o'clock, and I'm descending, and it's an easy descent. I'm doing about 300 knots. I have everything available to me at that speed. And as I get to 12 o'clock, as the Tic Tac's doing this, it's like it's aware of us, and it just goes bloop, and it kind of points out towards the west and starts coming up. So now it's obviously knows that we're there. Whatever this thing is, it knows that we're there. So as we drive around, it's coming up, and I'm just coming down. I'm just watching it. We watch this thing on a crystal clear day with 4 trained observers watch this thing fly around. So we're like, okay. So I'm looking at this thing, and it's about the 2 o'clock position. We're about the 8 o'clock position, and I'm like, "Oh, I've got enough altitudes. I'm gonna cut across the circle." And I tell the guy in my back seat, "Dude, I'm gonna do this." He's like, "Go for it, Skip." So I cut across the bottom. So I'm kind of almost coming out co-altitude as this thing's coming up. I'm going to meet it. And I'm driving. I get to I'm probably about a half mile away, which you think, well, a half mile is pretty far. A half mile in aviation it's nothing. You can tell there's a pilot in an airplane. You can see all kinds of stuff at a half mile. You can see pretty good detail. So I'm like right there, and it's coming across my nose. So now I'm basically pointing back towards the east. So I'm cutting across, and I'm going to meet it at 3 o'clock. So as I do this, it just accelerates and disappears. As it crosses our nose, it accelerates in less than, probably less than a half second. It just goes, and it's gone.
The object demonstrated unprecedented acceleration and maneuverability before rapidly ascending, far exceeding the performance capabilities of any known aircraft. The encounter was captured by the jet's advanced targeting pods, providing multiple forms of sensor data to corroborate the visual observations of the highly trained military personnel. The incident involved multiple independent radar systems, infrared tracking, and visual confirmation from different sources. On November 7, 2006, multiple airline employees and ground personnel at Chicago's O'Hare International Airport reported seeing a dark, metallic disc, approximately 20 to 30 feet in diameter, hovering above Gate C-17.
Tower, this is Dave. Hey, Dave, it's Sue from United Tower. Hey, Sue. Hey, did you see a flying disc out by C-17?
Oh, don't even start, Sue.
No,
You're seeing flying discs.
well, that's what the pilot and the ramp guys are telling us. The C-17, they saw some flying disc above it. We can't see
Come
above us.
on, Sue.
You didn't see it, right?
You guys been celebrating the holidays already over there or what? You having a Christmas party today? I have not seen anything, Sue. And if I did, I wouldn't admit to it. No, I have not seen any flying disc at Gate C-17. Unless you got a new aircraft you're bringing out today that we don't know about. No, I have not seen anything, Sue.
The object remained stationary for several minutes before rapidly accelerating upward, creating a distinct circular hole in the cloud layer as it departed. The sighting involved numerous aviation professionals, including pilots, air traffic controllers, and ramp workers who were trained in aircraft identification and atmospheric phenomena observation. Initially, both United Airlines and the Federal Aviation Administration denied knowledge of the incident, but a Freedom of Information Act request by the Chicago Tribune forced the FAA to review air traffic control recordings and radar data. The event occurred at one of the world's busiest airports equipped with sophisticated monitoring systems, yet the object apparently went undetected by radar. Despite multiple credible witnesses and the highly monitored nature of the location, no conventional explanation was ever determined. The incident gained significance for occurring in restricted airspace over a major international airport and being witnessed by multiple aviation professionals whose credibility and observational training added weight to their accounts. This event became one of the most well-documented cases of unidentified aerial phenomena over a major airport. In 2007, former Canadian Minister of National Defence Paul Hellyer publicly discussed the existence of what he called the Galactic Federation, an alleged coalition of extraterrestrial species interacting with Earth. Hellyer, who served as defense minister from 1963 to 1967, claimed UFOs were as real as conventional aircraft, and that face-to-face meetings had occurred between United States officials and beings from other star systems.
My name, as I said, was Paul Hellyer. I'm a former Minister of National Defence for Canada. I served in 3 governments during a total of 23 and a half years as a Member of Parliament. UFOs are as real as the airplanes flying overhead. An investigation was launched into this whole subject. A document was prepared which concluded that at least 4 species had been visiting Earth for thousands of years. I don't think we can any more refer to them as they, because they're not an amorphous mass. They are different species and consequently may have different agendas. Other species that I learned about was called the tall whites. And these tall whites were living on United States Air Force property and working in cooperation with the United States Air Force and sharing technology with them. My interest is in full disclosure. My only caveat is I think probably I would say 95 to 98% full disclosure. I know of 1 or 2 things that I'm not sure should be in the public domain, at least yet. They will be someday, I'm sure, but not immediately. But just as children survive the idea of the tooth fairy and Santa Claus when they become adult, I think that tax-paying citizens are quite capable of accepting the new and broader reality that we live in a cosmos teeming with life of various sorts. The fact that some other civilizations are more advanced than we are may be humbling, but that could be a necessary step in our survival.
He described communications between these alien species and select humans occurring through both direct encounters and telepathic means. Hellyer specifically mentioned a species called the Besitas, who allegedly maintained a non-interference agreement regarding human affairs unless global conditions severely deteriorated. The former minister contacted Haim Eshed, the former head of Israel's military space program, who reportedly confirmed these claims about meetings between U.S. officials and extraterrestrial beings. Their parallel testimonies from different nations' defense establishments added weight to assertions of ongoing contact between humans and non-Earth intelligences. These revelations marked an unprecedented instance of a former senior defense official openly discussing alleged extraterrestrial contact programs. Hellier's high-level government experience and lack of apparent motivation for fabrication challenged the conventional narrative around UFO phenomena and suggested deeper levels of contact than previously acknowledged. On January 8, 2008, dozens of residents in Stephenville, Texas, reported seeing a massive, silent craft approximately 1 mile long with bright lights arranged in changing patterns moving through the sky.
These are not headlines from a supermarket tabloid. This is actual front-page news here in Stephenville, Texas. More than 30 residents all insist they saw the unthinkable, a gigantic UFO.
It was very intense, bright lights.
They weren't just doing this, they were like just moving.
Rick Sorrells saw it while he was hunting deer.
Still look at the trees. You know, it's right here.
50-year-old pilot Steve Allen was at a campfire with friends and says the object was 1 mile long and half a mile wide.
I don't know if it was a biblical experience or somebody from a different universe or planet or whatever. It was definitely not from around these parts.
Allen drew a sketch of the object, which he said traveled at amazing speed without making a sound.
An arc shape reconfigured into a vertical shape, and there's up and down, and then it split, made two of them, and then these turned into just fire, and it's gone.
A spokesman for the 301st Fighter Wing in Fort Worth says no aircraft from his base was in this area and says the objects may have been an illusion caused by 2 commercial airplanes. But those who saw the lights don't buy it.
It's an unidentified flying object.
It's so fast that I couldn't keep up with my binoculars to it.
And some were embarrassed that it was spotted in Stephenville.
I think it's crazy.
A lot of folks aren't used to this kind of thing, and they're not UFO nuts or anything.
Like it or not, all eyes are now trained on the sky over Texas to see if mysterious flying objects make a return.
Multiple credible witnesses, including pilots, police officers, and business owners, observed the object at varying altitudes, with local machinist Ricky Sorrells describing a flat, seamless metallic craft hovering over a field near his home. The U.S. Air Force initially denied having any aircraft in the area during the sightings, but later reversed their statement, admitting that 10 F-16 fighters were conducting training exercises nearby. This contradiction raised questions about the transparency of official explanations and what the witnesses actually observed. The Mutual UFO Network investigation uncovered radar data showing an object of substantial size performing high-speed maneuvers with sudden stops and direction changes beyond conventional aircraft capabilities. Their analysis supported witness accounts of the object's unusual flight characteristics and scale. The incident gained national media coverage and resulted in one of the most thoroughly documented mass UFO sightings in recent U.S. history. The combination of multiple reliable observers, radar confirmation, and the military's changing narrative established this as a compelling case of an unexplained aerial phenomenon over American airspace. In 2008, the Vatican made an unprecedented announcement through Father José Funes, director of the Vatican Observatory, acknowledging the possibility of extraterrestrial life in an interview with L'Osservatore Romano. Funes stated that dismissing the existence of alien life would be difficult given the vastness of the universe, and emphasized that such beings could exist without contradicting Christian doctrine.
Inside the walls of this castle, an unassuming Jesuit from Argentina leads the Vatican astronomical research and has recently caused an uproar by opening a debate about aliens.
In a universe so big, huge, I would say, as the one where we live, with 100 billion of galaxies, with each galaxy with 100 billion of stars, probably with many of these stars having planets, it could be possible that life could evolve as the way we know on Earth.
Father Funes says he is not sure if other forms of life would be more or less intelligent than humans, but he is convinced that the existence of aliens is not a contradiction with the Catholic faith.
He discussed the scientific search for biomarkers in celestial bodies, and proposed that alien life might not share the same biological foundations as Earth life. The Vatican astronomer drew parallels between Earth's biodiversity and potential cosmic life forms, suggesting that extraterrestrial beings could be considered part of God's creation. Funes addressed theological implications by referencing the parable of the lost sheep, suggesting that while Christ's incarnation was unique to Earth, God's mercy could extend to extraterrestrial beings. His statements merged scientific understanding with religious interpretation, creating a framework for reconciling faith with potential discoveries of alien life. The Vatican's position marked a major shift in how religious institutions approach the topic of extraterrestrial life. This announcement from one of Earth's largest religious organizations helped normalize discussions about alien life within traditionally conservative circles and demonstrated that scientific inquiry into extraterrestrial life could coexist with religious belief. In July 2008, former Apollo 14 astronaut Edgar Mitchell publicly declared his belief in extraterrestrial visitation and hidden ongoing activity on Earth.
Our parents' generation went into the air, and our generation went into space. And we have had the rumors, and for a goodly portion of the 20th century, that we weren't alone in the universe, but no one believed that. Even when I went to the moon in 1971, it was the conventional wisdom, both in science and religion and culture, that we were alone in the universe. And we now know that is simply not true. But coming to accommodate that in the larger sense is what we have to do, and that's what this century, I believe, is all about.
As the sixth human to walk on the moon and a native of Roswell, New Mexico, Mitchell claimed local residents had confided in him about the reality of the 1947 Roswell incident, including details about recovered alien craft and bodies. Mitchell stated that extraterrestrial beings were actively monitoring human activities, particularly around military installations and nuclear facilities like the White Sands testing range. He asserted that UFOs had been observed disabling nuclear missiles and shooting them down over the Pacific coast, suggesting alien concern over humanity's destructive capabilities. His statements drew attention due to his credentials as a naval aviator, MIT doctorate holder in aeronautics and astronautics, and NASA astronaut. Mitchell cited his experience viewing Earth from the lunar surface as transformative, leading him to question conventional understanding of humanity's place in the universe. These revelations marked the first time a NASA moonwalker had openly supported claims of extraterrestrial visitation and government knowledge of alien contact. Mitchell's continued advocacy through his Institute for Noetic Sciences helped legitimize scientific investigation into consciousness and potential extraterrestrial intelligence.
I think we will probably, in the 21st century, become a part of the community of planets that has intelligent life aboard. And it's about time.
Between 2007 and 2009, several unusual aerial sightings were recorded on video over Kumburgaz Beach near Istanbul, Turkey. The footage captured distinct objects moving at various altitudes.
Tell me about this footage and why you think it's important.
Well, this extraordinary incident took place in Kumburgaz in Istanbul. It's a compound in Kumburgaz, and it was witnessed by many people who live in the compound, and it was filmed by the security guard for almost 3 hours within the period of time, like 2.5 to 3 months. And the footages are so interesting and so amazing because we don't just see the lights in the sky, we see in the close-up the outline of the object. Very clearly, the structure of the object is so clear, and also in June 12 dated footage, the UFO puts a show and it turns its lights back and forth again from one side to another. This is amazing footage, and it's been analyzed. The whole footage has been analyzed from our scientific board for 2.5 weeks. It went frame by frame, went pixel by pixel, and this is 100% genuine footage.
The initial footage, consisting of 35 minutes of recordings, was submitted to Turkey's Scientific and Technological Research Council, TÜBİTAK National Observatory for analysis. A team of scientists led by Observatory Director Professor Dr. Zeki Eker conducted a detailed examination of the footage using advanced image processing techniques. Their analysis confirmed the recordings were genuine and not the result of computer effects or manipulation. though they noted inconsistencies in the digital timestamps. The footage revealed objects with transparent centers having the same density as their backgrounds, a characteristic that did not match known aircraft or atmospheric phenomena. The scientific team identified 2 to 3 different objects across the recordings, moving slowly and reflecting both moonlight and unexplained light sources. Tube Attack's involvement marked a rare instance of an official government scientific institution conducting a thorough analysis of UFO evidence. While the team could not determine the object's exact nature, size, or composition, their methodical investigation and confirmation of the footage's authenticity provided a template for scientific examination of unexplained aerial phenomena. In 2009, Apollo 11 astronaut Buzz Aldrin disclosed the presence of an unusual monolith structure on Phobos, one of Mars' moons, during a C-SPAN television interview.
We can help, we can join with, together we can explore the moon and develop the moon. We should go boldly where man has not gone before. Fly by the comets, visit asteroids, visit the moon of Mars. There's a monolith there, a very unusual structure on this little potato-shaped object that goes around Mars once in 7 hours. When people find out about that, they're going to say, who put that there? Who put that there? Well, the universe put it there. If you choose, God put it there.
The structure had been captured in images by both the Mars Global Surveyor in 1998 and Mars Express in 2008, showing a large vertical formation casting shadows on the moon's surface. Aldrin described the object as existing on what he called a potato-shaped moon that orbits Mars every 7 hours. When addressing the possible origins of the structure, he carefully suggested it could have been placed there by the universe or a higher power. The admission was particularly notable as Aldrin, the second human to walk on the moon, had traditionally maintained conservative views about unexplained space phenomena. The timing aligned with his broader discussion of future space exploration and lunar habitation plans. The monolith's existence on Phobos had been documented in NASA imaging, but rarely discussed by high-ranking space program officials or astronauts. This marked one of the first times a prominent figure from the Apollo program had openly addressed potential artificial structures in our solar system. In 2010, journalist Leslie Kean published a book compiling verified testimonies from high-ranking military personnel, commercial airline pilots, and government officials from multiple countries. The accounts detailed encounters with unexplained aerial objects, supported by radar data and multiple witnesses. The book presented thoroughly investigated cases with official documentation, fostering mainstream discussion about unidentified aerial phenomena. The international scope of testimonies demonstrated that these sightings transcended national boundaries and cultural differences. By featuring accounts from credible aviation and military professionals, the publication challenged institutional dismissal of UFO reports and advocated for transparent investigation. On July 7, 2010, Xiaoshan Airport in Hangzhou, China shut down operations for 1 hour after multiple witnesses reported a hovering cylindrical object emitting bright light in the restricted airspace. The closure affected 18 flights which were diverted to nearby airports, with numerous others experiencing delays. Airport staff and local residents provided consistent descriptions of the object's appearance and movements, which could not be readily identified as conventional aircraft or natural phenomena. Chinese officials initially provided no explanation for the closure, later suggesting possible military testing, although this was never officially confirmed. In August 2011, the FBI made a landmark move in UFO disclosure by releasing its classified Roswell files through the Vault, the Bureau's groundbreaking digital reading room housing millions of declassified documents.
It's called The Vault, the FBI's digital reading room, where any of us can go online and view the Bureau's most notorious cases. Guess which is the most popular file? John Dillinger's? Jimmy Hoffa's? Nope.
Since we opened The Vault, it's been this memo about flying discs or flying saucers, and it relates to an allegation that we heard from a third hand saying that the Air Force had found a couple of saucers out in the New Mexico desert. This memo itself has gotten over 1 million page views in 2 years since we put it up. Al Capone doesn't make our top 50.
The memo's all of 2 paragraphs. Agent Guy Hoddle, then head of the FBI's Washington field office, writes that an Air Force investigator stated that 3 so-called flying saucers had been recovered in New Mexico. They were described as being circular in shape with raised centers, approximately 50 feet in diameter. Each one was occupied by 3 bodies of human shape, but only 3 feet tall, dressed in metallic cloth of a very fine texture. Each body was bandaged in a manner similar to the blackout suits used by speed flyers and test pilots.
The release included internal FBI communications, field agent reports, and correspondence with military officials dating back to 1947. The vault's Roswell files are particularly significant as they contain original teletype messages between FBI field offices and Director J. Edgar Hoover himself, discussing the recovery of flying discs and revealing Hoover's frustration at being denied access to the wreckage by the Army Air Force. These documents, now freely accessible to the public, expose the complex jurisdictional tensions between government agencies in the aftermath of the incident. The Vault platform represents one of the most comprehensive releases of government UFO files in U.S. history, with documents spanning decades of official investigations beyond just the Roswell case, including reports of crashed objects, radar data, and witness interviews that had previously been hidden from public view. The digital release provided public access to primary sources about how government agencies handled and communicated about the Roswell incident. While the documents did not confirm extraterrestrial origins, they revealed new details about official investigations and internal discussions. The release marked a shift in government transparency regarding historical UFO cases, making official records directly accessible to researchers and the public. In 2012, a National Geographic survey revealed that 36% of Americans believed in the existence of UFOs, demonstrating widespread public openness to unexplained aerial phenomena. The study did not specify whether respondents attributed UFOs to extraterrestrial origins, secret military craft, or natural phenomena. The results suggested shifting public attitudes toward unconventional aerial phenomena, reflecting growing mainstream acceptance of UFO discussions. The data helped gauge public receptiveness to official information about unexplained aerial phenomena, potentially influencing subsequent government transparency efforts regarding UFO investigations and disclosures. In June 2013, former NSA contractor Edward Snowden leaked classified documents revealing a Defense Intelligence Agency study on unidentified flying objects, suggesting active government investigation of aerial phenomena. The exact scope, findings, and conclusions of this DIA study were not fully disclosed, though the leak confirmed government intelligence agencies were collecting and analyzing UFO data. The information sparked renewed debate about the extent of official knowledge and investigation of UFOs. The leak contributed to shifting government attitudes toward UFO phenomena, preceding later official acknowledgments and declassifications about aerial anomalies. Between 2014 and 2015, multiple U.S. Navy FA-18 Super Hornet pilots from the USS Theodore Roosevelt reported encounters with unidentified aerial phenomena off the eastern coast of the United States. The objects displayed impossible flight characteristics, including instant acceleration, hypersonic speeds without visible propulsion, and indefinite hovering capabilities. The incidents were captured on the aircraft's infrared targeting systems. These recordings, combined with radar data and testimony from highly trained military witnesses, provided compelling multi-sensor evidence of objects operating beyond known technological capabilities. The encounters led to unprecedented military acknowledgement of unexplained aerial phenomena in restricted airspace. In 2015, Hillary Clinton's campaign chairman John Podesta publicly stated on Twitter that his biggest failure as counselor to President Obama was not securing the release of UFO files. The statement came from someone with high-level government access, suggesting active internal efforts to declassify UFO documents had faced resistance. His tweet elevated UFO disclosure into mainstream political discourse ahead of the 2016 presidential campaign. The timing indicated potential shifts in how future administrations might handle classified UFO information. This public acknowledgement by a senior political figure of internal pushes for UFO transparency helped normalize government discussion of the phenomenon. Podesta had previously advocated for UFO disclosure during the Clinton administration, and his continued efforts preceded later official actions, including UAP task force creation and military video releases. On October 11, 2017, former Blink-182 musician Tom DeLonge launched To the Stars Academy, combining entertainment industry resources with government and military expertise to investigate unexplained aerial phenomena. The organization included former high-level officials like Luis Elizondo, who previously led Pentagon UFO investigations, and Christopher Mellon, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence. The Academy represented a new approach to UFO research, bringing together scientific investigation, aerospace development, and media production under one organization. This structure aimed to bridge gaps between academic study, technological advancement, and public engagement with unexplained phenomena. TTSA launched shortly after releasing the USS Nimitz UFO video, capitalizing on growing mainstream interest in aerial anomalies. On December 16, 2017, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Defense for Intelligence Christopher Mellon provided the New York Times with previously unreleased U.S. Navy UFO videos known as Gimbal and Go Fast.
What I have concluded is, first of all, we have a massive intelligence failure on our hands. This has been going on for years, hundreds of incidents. Nobody in the Congress was informed. Senior officials in the Defense Department were not informed. The intelligence community did not take action to support our military personnel at sea in these carrier battle groups and other locations. So it's extremely disturbing to think that after spending hundreds of billions of dollars for so many years and believing our airspace to be secure, in fact, we've had vehicles operating in restricted military airspace with impunity on a recurring and sustained basis for many years.
The footage showed pilots encountering objects that displayed flight characteristics, defying conventional understanding of aerodynamics and propulsion. The release through a major mainstream news outlet marked a departure from typical UFO information channels, helping legitimize the topic for broader public discourse. Mellon's high-level intelligence background and involvement with To the Stars Academy suggested coordinated efforts to bring military UFO encounters into mainstream attention. The publication of official military footage elevated the standard of UFO evidence from amateur recordings to verified government documentation. This action helped catalyze increased government acknowledgement of unexplained aerial encounters, leading to the creation of official investigation programs and congressional briefings. On December 16, 2017, the New York Times revealed the existence of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, a covert Pentagon initiative that investigated unidentified aerial phenomena from 2007 to 2012. The program was initiated by Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, with support from other senators, and was run by the Defense Intelligence Agency. Luis Elizondo, who led the program before joining To the Stars Academy, helped bring this information to public attention, alongside Christopher Mellon, who provided UAP videos to accompany the news release. The program investigated reports of UFOs and potential threats to national security, studying both physiological effects on human witnesses and materials allegedly recovered from unidentified objects. The disclosure marked a major shift in government transparency about UFO research, contradicting previous official denials of such programs. This revelation in a mainstream publication helped legitimize UFO research and led to increased government openness on the topic, including the creation of new UAP task forces. In December 2018, a mysterious interstellar object named Oumuamua was extensively studied after being first spotted by the Pan-STARRS-1 telescope in Hawaii in October 2017. The object displayed highly unusual characteristics, including a cigar or pancake-like shape measuring between 100 and 1,000 meters long, but only 35 meters wide. Oumuamua exhibited unexplained acceleration as it departed our solar system that could not be attributed to gravity alone, suggesting potential propulsion. Harvard astrophysicist Avi Loeb proposed the controversial theory that the object could be artificial in nature, potentially even an alien probe or technology. The object was the first confirmed visitor from outside our solar system, making it impossible to compare to known celestial bodies. Its discovery prompted new scientific frameworks for detecting and studying potential signs of extraterrestrial artifacts in our cosmic neighborhood. In 2019, the United States Navy formally acknowledged the reality of unidentified aerial phenomena and implemented new standardized guidelines for reporting encounters. The policy change came after numerous naval aviators reported objects displaying flight characteristics beyond known technological capabilities. The new protocols were designed to systematically document UAP encounters and destigmatize reporting within military ranks, encouraging personnel to share observations without fear of professional consequences. This marked a stark departure from decades of government policy that had previously dismissed or denied such reports. This development paved the way for congressional hearings and the creation of dedicated UAP task forces to investigate these persistent phenomena. The formalization of UFO reporting in the military helped shift the subject from fringe speculation to a matter of legitimate scientific and national security concern. In July 2019, college student Maddie Roberts created a Facebook event titled Storm Area 51 that went viral, attracting millions of online participants planning to raid the secretive military base in Nevada. The joke event transformed into Alien Stock, a real music festival planned near Area 51 in Rachel, Nevada, prompting the U.S. Air Force to issue warnings against attempting to breach the military installation. The internet phenomenon brought renewed mainstream attention to the topic of government secrecy surrounding UFOs and potential extraterrestrial technology at Area 51. Despite millions of online RSVPs, only a few thousand people actually gathered near the base in September 2019, attending various festivals and events in the surrounding area. This grassroots movement demonstrated the persistent public curiosity about extraterrestrial life and government transparency regarding UFO phenomena. The event merged internet culture with long-standing public interest in Area 51, creating a unique form of collective action around the subject of alien disclosure. In April 2020, the United States Department of Defense officially released 3 videos captured by Navy pilots showing unidentified objects performing extraordinary aerial maneuvers. The footage, recorded in 2004 and 2015, included a tic-tac-shaped object descending from 60,000 feet to 50 feet in seconds, and other craft displaying no visible means of propulsion. The videos, known as FLIR 1, Gimbal, and Go Fast, were captured using infrared cameras aboard Navy fighter jets and had previously been leaked online. The pilots who witnessed these events reported the objects demonstrated capabilities far beyond any known aircraft technology. This Pentagon acknowledgement followed the 2017 revelation of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program and led to increased government attention on the phenomenon. The release prompted new requirements in the Intelligence Authorization Act for 2021, mandating the Director of National Intelligence to submit comprehensive UAP reports to congressional committees. On May 13, 2020, residents of Magé, Brazil reported witnessing strange lights performing unconventional aerial maneuvers in the night sky, accompanied by unexplained explosions. Local witnesses also described hearing gunfire and observing military vehicles entering the area, leading to speculation about a possible confrontation between military forces and the unidentified craft. Reports suggested that an extraterrestrial craft may have crashed in the nearby Guapimirim area, prompting a swift military response to secure and retrieve the object. Many social media users claimed their posts about the incident were being systematically removed from platforms like Twitter and Reddit, fueling theories of an organized information suppression campaign. While official sources never confirmed the extraordinary claims and no concrete photographic evidence emerged despite widespread smartphone usage, the volume of witness testimonies drew international attention. On August 4, 2020, the United States Department of Defense announced the formation of the Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force under the Office of Naval Intelligence. The task force was created to detect, analyze, and catalog unidentified objects that could pose potential threats to national security, marking the first formal government program dedicated to UFO investigation since Project Blue Book. The formation came in response to growing congressional pressure, including a Senate Intelligence Committee vote requiring detailed, unclassified reports on these phenomena from intelligence agencies. The task force built upon data from the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program that had secretly operated from 2007 to 2012. This development represented a major shift from decades of government dismissal toward systematic investigation of unexplained aerial encounters. The creation of an official UFO research unit prompted other nations to consider similar initiatives, recognizing the need for coordinated global investigation of these phenomena. On December 2, 2020, Chaim Eshed, former head of Israel's Defense Ministry Space Directorate, claimed in an interview with Yediot Aharonot newspaper that beings from a galactic federation were in contact with Earth. The retired general and professor stated these advanced entities requested their presence remain hidden, believing humanity was not ready to comprehend their existence. Eshed described an underground base on Mars, where American astronauts allegedly collaborated with alien representatives on experiments about the fabric of the universe. He claimed former President Donald Trump knew of the extraterrestrial presence, but was advised against revealing it to prevent mass panic. The revelations coincided with Eshed's book, The Universe Beyond the Horizon, where he detailed his experiences and knowledge of extraterrestrial contact. His statements marked one of the first times a high-ranking space program official had openly discussed alleged alien collaboration with Earth governments. In April of 2021, the Pentagon officially confirmed the authenticity of footage showing a triangular UFO captured by U.S. Navy personnel. The UAP was recorded displaying unusual flight characteristics through night vision equipment, appearing as a blinking triangular craft in the sky. The footage, alongside 3 additional images labeled Sphere, Acorn, and Metallic Blimp, was initially leaked by filmmaker Jeremy Corbell on several websites before receiving official verification. Pentagon spokesperson Sue Goff confirmed all materials were genuine Navy recordings, while declining to provide additional details citing security concerns.
In night vision video from a Navy destroyer, a mysterious flying triangle above the deck of the ship. The Pentagon confirming the images obtained by documentary filmmaker Jeremy Corbell were taken by Navy personnel, expected to be a part of a report on unidentified aerial phenomenon to be presented to Congress this summer. Already online, some skeptics say the images are caused by cameras trying to focus, but some of the objects go beyond just flying in the sky. One shows a spherical object dipping into the ocean, similar to an incident in Puerto Rico where an object was tracked buzzing an airport, then flying into the water, popping back out before appearing to split into 2 and disappearing.
The Department of Defense's Unidentified Aerial Phenomena Task Force, established in August 2020, took charge of analyzing the footage as part of its mandate to assess potential threats to national security. The triangular craft was captured through circular green night vision optics, showing an illuminated object moving in ways that appeared to defy conventional aeronautics. The footage gained widespread attention as one of the few officially acknowledged UAP incidents by the U.S. military, though the Pentagon maintained operational security by limiting public discussion of specific details.
For the first time, radar images recorded inside a Navy ship have confirmed the presence of several unknown objects that swarmed around the ship for hours.
Over the past 3 years or so, the public has been able to see several astounding images of what certainly qualify as UFOs during encounters with the U.S. Navy. There's no question that the Pentagon has censored data to go along with the photos and videos, but none of that information has been leaked or otherwise released. That is, until today.
Filmmaker
Jeremy Corbell released the Navy video weeks ago and says similar events were reported by 8 other Navy ships in the same area over 3 days.
There was numerous warships that are having similar, appears to be coordinated interaction. And this whole series was within this kind of, I'd say, circumference of 100 miles, and there was up to 50 to 100 contacts, and it supports the hypothesis that these are not just a balloon dropping into the water, or it's not something that is easily explained. These are true unidentifieds in mass number, and we'll talk more about that, but that's what we're showing people, where you have radar data that goes with FLIR data, what everybody has been belly aching for. So here you go. We don't know what they are. Everybody tries to corner me in saying they're aliens or something like this. I have no idea.
On May 17, 2021, the television program 60 Minutes aired a groundbreaking segment investigating unidentified aerial phenomena, featuring interviews with credible military witnesses and reaching millions of viewers. Former Navy pilot Lieutenant Ryan Graves revealed encountering these objects almost daily off the Atlantic coast between 2015 and 2017, describing craft that could remain airborne for extreme durations and achieve hypersonic speeds without visible propulsion.
This is a difficult one to explain. You have rotation, you have high altitudes, you have propulsion, right? I don't know what it is, frankly. I would say, the highest probability is it's a threat observation program. I am worried, frankly. If these were tactical jets from another country that were hanging out up there, it would be a massive issue. But because it looks slightly different, we're not willing to actually look at the problem in the face. We're happy to just ignore the fact that these are out there watching us every day.
The broadcast included testimony from Luis Elizondo, former director of the Advanced Aerospace Threat Identification Program, who provided insight into the Pentagon's secret UFO investigation project. Multiple witnesses described advanced technology that could move seamlessly between air and water, displaying capabilities far beyond known human engineering. The segment aired just weeks before the mandated release of a U.S. intelligence community report on these phenomena, helping shift public discourse from fringe speculation to serious inquiry. On June 25, 2021, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released its preliminary assessment on unidentified aerial phenomena, examining 144 incidents reported by government sources between 2004 and 2021. The 9-page unclassified report represented the first time in decades that U.S. intelligence had officially addressed UFOs, marking a departure from previous government stances of dismissal and denial. In 18 of these incidents, observers reported objects demonstrating advanced technological capabilities, including the ability to remain stationary in high winds, move against wind patterns, maneuver abruptly, or travel at high speeds without visible propulsion. While the report categorized potential explanations including airborne clutter, atmospheric phenomena, developmental programs, and foreign systems, it notably included an other category that did not rule out non-human origins. The assessment stemmed from a congressional mandate in the Intelligence Authorization Act, reflecting growing lawmaker concern about these aerial encounters. In 2021, Harvard University professor and former chair of astronomy Avi Loeb established the Galileo Project, marking the first mainstream academic initiative to systematically search for extraterrestrial technological artifacts. The project, named after the 17th century Italian astronomer, aimed to investigate potential alien satellites orbiting Earth, study unidentified aerial phenomena, and explore interstellar objects passing through our solar system. Loeb, who previously hypothesized that the interstellar object Oumuamua could be artificial in nature, proposed using a network of specialized cameras and telescopes paired with AI algorithms to scan the skies. Unlike government investigations, the project committed to complete transparency, making all data and findings publicly available. The initiative brought together respected researchers from various scientific disciplines to gather empirical evidence about potential non-human technology. This approach challenged traditional SETI methods of searching for radio signals by actively looking for physical evidence of extraterrestrial artifacts in Earth's vicinity. On May 17, 2022, the U.S. Congress held its first public hearing on unidentified aerial phenomena in over 50 years, featuring testimony from top defense officials Ronald Moultrie and Scott Bray. During the session, officials presented previously classified video footage showing a spherical object flying past a military aircraft and discussed the work of the newly established Airborne Object Identification and Management Synchronization Group. The officials reported a substantial increase in UAP sightings, attributing the rise to reduced stigma around reporting and improved detection systems. They acknowledged that some objects displayed advanced capabilities, including extreme speeds and maneuvers that appeared to defy known physics, though they maintained there was no direct evidence linking these phenomena to extraterrestrial activity. The hearing marked a stark departure from decades of government secrecy and dismissal regarding UFO incidents, bringing the topic into mainstream political discourse. This public congressional session helped establish new protocols for military personnel to report encounters without fear of ridicule or career repercussions, while emphasizing the need for more systematic data collection and analysis. On July 26, 2022, NASA held its first public meeting to study unidentified aerial phenomena, featuring a panel of 16 experts from fields including astrophysics, data science, and aeronautics. The event was live-streamed to the public, marking the first time the space agency formally addressed the topic of UFOs. The team outlined plans to study UAPs using NASA's scientific tools and expertise, emphasizing the need for rigorous methods and high-quality data collection. They discussed using advanced sensors, artificial intelligence, and machine learning techniques to gather and analyze data on these phenomena. This meeting followed the Office of the Director of National Intelligence's preliminary UAP report in 2021 and a congressional hearing on UAPs in 2022, which increased government interest in the topic. NASA's involvement represented a shift from historical secrecy around UFO research to open scientific inquiry. The panel expressed openness to unconventional hypotheses while maintaining scientific rigor, noting their research could inform broader questions about non-human intelligence. They also highlighted how studying unexplained aerial events could advance our understanding of atmospheric physics and aerospace technology. On January 12, 2023, the Office of the Director of National Intelligence released its 2022 annual report on unidentified aerial phenomena, revealing 510 new UAP reports had been cataloged as of August 30, 2022. This represented an increase of 366 reports since their 2021 assessment, attributed to reduced stigma around reporting and enhanced detection systems. The cases included sightings of objects demonstrating unusual flight patterns and performance capabilities that defied conventional explanation. Many incidents occurred in restricted or sensitive airspace, raising concerns about national security and flight safety risks. The report categorized the sightings into groups including balloons, drones, debris, birds, and weather events, though some cases remained unexplained due to insufficient data. Multiple government agencies collaborated on the investigation, including the Department of Defense, Federal Aviation Administration, and NASA. In 2023, 2 unusual mummified bodies were discovered in Cusco, Peru, near the ancient site of Machu Picchu. The specimens were approximately 60 centimeters tall with elongated skulls, large eye sockets, and anatomical features unlike any known human or animal remains. Mexican journalist and UFO researcher Jaime Maussan presented these bodies during a Mexican congressional hearing, claiming carbon dating tests suggested they were around 1,000 years old. Scientific experts countered that the elongated skulls could be explained by the ancient Peruvian practice of artificial cranial deformation, common among pre-Columbian societies. The finding drew worldwide attention as potential evidence of non-human intelligence, though many researchers suggested they were either elaborate hoaxes or misidentified archaeological artifacts. The specimens underwent various scientific tests and analyses to determine their origin and authenticity. On April 30, 2023, Numerous witnesses across the western United States observed a bright fireball streaking across the night sky, captured on police body cameras and home security systems.
Several agencies believe something landed or crashed. Whether it was non-humans or not, it certainly scared the people living on this property. You'll see the officers also saw something in the sky that night, but the big question is, what was it? And is it all connected? It's almost midnight on May 1st when a Las Vegas Metro police officer's body cam catches this, something flashing low in the sky.
Following this event, a Las Vegas family contacted emergency services claiming they had encountered 10-foot-tall alien beings in their backyard.
There's like an 8-foot person beside it, and another one's inside, and it has big eyes and looking at us, and it's still there. I swear to God, this is not a joke. This is actually, we're terrified of it.
So there's two people or two subjects that are in your backyard?
Correct, and they're very large. They're like 8 foot, 9 feet, 10 foot. I don't know. They look like aliens to us. Big eyes. They have big eyes, like I can't explain it. And big mouth. They're shiny eyes, and they're not human. They're 100% they're not human.
Local police responded and discovered a circular impression in the soil that the primary witness, known as Angel, believed was created by a landing object.
I have butterflies, bro. Everyone saw a shooting star, then these people say there's aliens in their backyard.
What'd you see?
It was like a big creature.
A big creature?
Yeah, like around 10 feet tall.
I'm not going to BS you guys. One of my partners said they saw something fall out of the sky too, so that's why I'm kind of curious. Did you see anything land in your backyard? Or?
They see like a big, that's what they say. They see like a big something with light.
What I saw right now, I do believe in it.
Police walk into the backyard to investigate, but Metro blacked out that part of the video because it's considered private property. What's clear, they're taking this call seriously.
If those 9-foot beings come back, don't call us, all right? Deal with it yourself. I ain't dealing with that.
The family reported suspicious vehicles with occupants resembling men in black watching their home in the days following the incident. The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department installed a specialized surveillance camera on the family's roof to monitor for further activity. A retired police officer admitted to independently surveilling the property for several days after the reported encounter. In June 2023, David Grush, a former senior intelligence officer who co-led UAP analysis at the National Geospatial Intelligence Agency, publicly disclosed claims about classified government programs recovering and reverse engineering non-human spacecraft.
Tonight, for the first time, a former senior military intelligence officer comes forward to say what we've only imagined is true.
My name is David Grush. I came from a blue-collar family in Pittsburgh. I didn't have the money for college. Always admired people in uniform. And I've always wanted to be a part of something bigger than myself. 18 years ago, I got an Air Force scholarship for physics. I originally commissioned on active duty in the Air Force, served 14 years in the Air Force. I was an intel officer for the U.S. for 14 years. My last position, which I left in April of 2023, some of the highest officials within the Department of Defense and Intelligence community used to call on me to advise them on some of the hardest target sets that the country had.
You are one of the most trusted former intelligence officials in the U.S. defense and intelligence establishment.
Yes, I was.
You were trusted with the most intimate secrets.
Yes.
The former intelligence officer alleged these secret programs had retrieved both extraterrestrial vehicles and remains of their non-human pilots, with the technology transferred to defense contractors for study. He reported that individuals had lost their lives maintaining the program's secrecy and claimed white-collar crimes were committed to conceal their existence.
These are retrieving non-human origin technical vehicles, call it spacecraft if you will, non-human, exotic origin vehicles that have either landed or crashed.
We have spacecraft from another species.
We do, yeah.
How many?
Quite a number.
You're kidding.
No. I thought it was totally nuts, and I thought at first I was being deceived. It was a ruse. People started confiding in me. They approached me. I have plenty of current and former senior intelligence officers that came to me, many of which I knew almost my whole career, that confided in me they were a part of a program. They named the program. I've never heard of it. They told me, based on their oral testimony, and they provided me documents and other proof, that there was, in fact, a program that the UAP task force was not read into.
You are alleging that the US government has been concealing the existence on this planet of alien life.
I would couch it as non-human intelligence, NHI, like we would like to say in our language. I don't want to necessarily denote origin. I don't think we have all the data to say, oh, they're coming from a certain location.
Let me cut to the quick, though. You're saying there is an intelligent species engaging with this planet?
Yes, that's potentially extraterrestrial, yeah.
The whistleblower testified he had previously reported his concerns to Dr. Sean Kirkpatrick, director of the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, but felt his attempts to bring these matters to Congress were blocked. In interviews, he described briefings about massive UFOs the size of football fields and suggested some craft might have extra-dimensional origins.
For the first time, an official intelligence representative at a high level from the US government is saying publicly, we are not alone.
We're definitely not alone. Absolutely, the data points empirically that we're not alone, yeah.
The United States has spacecraft, intact craft.
We do.
Do we have bodies? Do we have species of
Well, naturally, when you recover something that's either landed or crashed, sometimes you encounter dead pilots. And believe it or not, as fantastical as that sounds, it's true. It could be that this is not necessarily extraterrestrial and it's actually coming from a higher dimensional physical space that might be co-located, right here.
On July 12, 2023, Dr. Stephen Greer held a press conference at the National Press Club in Washington, D.C., presenting alleged evidence of extraterrestrial contact and advanced non-terrestrial technologies. The founder of the Center for the Study of Extraterrestrial Intelligence shared testimonies from former military personnel, government officials, and civilians who claimed direct encounters with alien beings. Greer focused on the supposed suppression of zero-point energy technologies that he claimed were derived from extraterrestrial sources. He argued these advanced energy systems could solve global environmental challenges, but were kept secret to maintain current power structures. The conference included discussions about cosmic consciousness and methods for peaceful alien communication through meditation techniques. This event followed his earlier 2001 National Press Club disclosure initiative, where multiple witnesses testified about their alleged encounters with extraterrestrial craft. The timing coincided with increased institutional focus on unexplained aerial phenomena. Critics questioned the scientific validity of Greer's claims and the reliability of his sources, while supporters viewed his work as crucial for government transparency regarding UFO phenomena. On July 26, 2023, the House Oversight Committee held a hearing in Washington, D.C., where 3 witnesses testified under oath about their UFO encounters and knowledge of government UFO programs.
My name is Ryan Fobbs Graves, and I'm a former F-18 pilot with a decade of service in the U.S. Navy, including 2 deployments in Operation Enduring Freedom and Operation Inherent Resolve. I have experienced advanced UAP firsthand, and I'm here to voice the concerns of more than 30 commercial aircrew and military veterans who have confided their similar encounters with me. As we convene here, UAP are in our airspace, but they are grossly underreported. These sightings are not rare or isolated, they are routine. Military aircrew and commercial pilots, trained observers whose lives depend on accurate identification, are frequently witnessing these phenomena. The stigma attached to UAP is real and powerful and challenges national security. It silences commercial pilots who fear professional repercussions, discourages witnesses, and is only compounded by recent government claims questioning the credibility of eyewitness testimony. Parts of our government are aware of more about UAP than they let on, but excessive classification practices keep crucial information hidden. Since 2021, all UAP videos are classified as secret or above. This level of secrecy not only impedes our understanding, but fuels speculation and mistrust. The majority of witnesses are commercial pilots at major airlines. Often, they are veterans with decades of flying experience. Pilots are reporting UAP at altitudes that appear above them at 40,000 feet, potentially in low Earth orbit or in the gray zone below the Kármán line, making inexplainable maneuvers like right-hand turns and retrograde orbits or J-hooks. Sometimes these reports are reoccurring, with numerous recent sightings north of Hawaii and in the North Atlantic. Other veterans are also coming forward to us regarding UAP encounters in our airspace and oceans. The most compelling involve observations of UAP by multiple witnesses and sensor systems. I believe these accounts are only scratching the surface, and more will share their experiences once it is safe to do so. In closing, I recognize the skepticism surrounding this topic. If everyone could see the sensor and video data I witnessed, our national conversation would change. I urge us to put aside stigma and address the security and safety issue this topic represents. If UAP are foreign drones, it is an urgent national security problem. If it is something else, it is an issue for science. In either case, unidentified objects are concerned for flight safety. The American people deserve to know what is happening in our skies. It is long overdue. Thank you.
My name is David Charles Grush. I was an intelligence officer for 14 years, both in the U.S. Air Force, both active duty, Air National Guard, and Reserve, at the rank of major. I was my agency's co-lead in unidentified anomalous phenomena and transmedium object analysis, as well as reporting to the UAP task force, UAPTF, and eventually, once it was established, the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, AARO. I was informed in the course of my official duties of a multi-decade UAP crash retrieval and reverse engineering program, to which I was denied access to those additional read-ons when I requested it. I made the decision, based on the data I collected, to report this information to my superiors and multiple inspectors general, and in effect becoming a whistleblower. As you know, I've suffered retaliation for my decision, but I am hopeful that my actions will ultimately lead to a positive outcome of increased transparency.
My name is David Fravor. I'm a retired commander in the United States Navy. In 2004, I was a commanding officer of Strike Fighter Squadron 41, the world-famous Black Aces. We were attached to Carrier Wing 11, stationed on board the USS Nimitz, and had begun a 2-month workup cycle off the coast of California. On this day, we were scheduled for a 2v2 air-to-air training with the USS Princeton as our control. As we proceeded to the west, the air controller was counting down the range to an object that we were going to, and we were unaware of what we were going to see when we arrived. The controller had told us that these objects had been observed for over 2 weeks, coming down from over 80,000 feet, rapidly descending to 20,000 feet, hanging out for hours, and then going straight back up. For those who don't realize, above 80,000 feet is space. In closing, I would like to say that the Tic Tac object we engaged in 2004 was far superior to anything that we had on time, have today, or are looking to develop in the next 10 years. If we in fact have programs that possess this technology, it needs to have oversight from those people that the citizens of this great country elected in office to represent what is best for the United States and best for the citizens. I thank you for your time. Thank you very much.
Do you believe UAPs pose a potential threat to our national security?
Yes, and here's why. The technology that we faced was far superior than anything that we had, and you could put that anywhere. If you had one, you captured one, you reverse engineered it, you got it to work, you're talking something that can go into space, go someplace, drop down in a matter of seconds, do whatever it wants, and leave, and there's nothing we can do about it. Nothing.
Some of the behaviors that we saw in a working area, we would see these objects being at 0.0 Mach, that's 0 airspeed, over certain pieces of the ground. So what that means, just like a river, if you throw a bobber in, it's going to float downstream. These objects were staying completely stationary in Category 4 hurricane winds. These same objects would then accelerate to supersonic speeds, 1.1, 1.2 Mach, and they would do so in very erratic and quick behaviors that I don't have an explanation for.
What percentage of UAP sightings, in your belief, go unreported by our pilots?
This is an approximation based off of my personal experience speaking with a number of pilots, but I would estimate we're somewhere near 5% reporting, perhaps.
So like 95% basically don't report seeing UAPs.
That's just my personal estimate.
You've stated that the government is in possession of potentially non-human spacecraft. Based on your experience and extensive conversations with experts, do you believe our government has made contact with intelligent extraterrestrials?
Something I can't discuss in public setting.
If you believe we have crashed craft, stated earlier, do we have the bodies of the pilots who piloted this craft?
As I've stated publicly already in my News Nation interview, biologics came with some of these recoveries, yeah.
Were they, I guess, human or non-human biologics?
Non-human, and that was the assessment of people with direct knowledge on the program I talked to that are currently still on the program.
Can you describe how the aircraft maneuvered?
Abruptly, very determinate. It knew exactly what it was doing. It was aware of our presence, and it had acceleration rates. I mean, it went from 0 to matching our speed in no time at all.
Now, if the fastest plane on Earth was trying to do these maneuvers that you saw, would it be capable of doing that?
No, not even close.
And just to confirm, this object had no wings, correct?
No wings.
If the aircraft was armed, do you believe that your aircraft or any aircraft in possession of the United States could have shot the Tic Tac down?
I'd say no. Just on the performance, it would just left in a split second.
It looks like that we have a problem here that needs further investigation.
Yes.
This flying Tic Tac, I mean, is it capable of being the product of any other nation on the Earth?
No, like I said earlier, I think it defies current material science and the ability to develop that much propulsion. And I know there's been some physicists have done calculations, which is beyond anything that we have.
This marked the first time such detailed testimony about alleged government UFO retrieval programs was given in an official congressional setting under oath. The hearing represented a shift from treating UFO reports as fringe claims to matters of national security and scientific inquiry requiring investigation.
I would say that, starting in 2017, when it actually came out, it took that stigma away. I mean, I've talked to multiple senators who said prior to that, if you'd have mentioned UAP, you'd have been laughed off the hill. And now we're sitting here today for a public testimony on what's actually going on. I'm hoping that this curve will be more of an exponential and we'll get more and more transparent to the level that we can.
In September 2023, the United States Senate passed the UAP Disclosure Act as part of the 2024 National Defense Authorization Act, requiring government agencies to surrender all UFO-related records, samples, and technology within 300 days. The legislation mandated the creation of a 9-member independent review board appointed by the President, tasked with examining and publishing findings about collected UFO information. The act invoked eminent domain to assert government control over any potential extraterrestrial artifacts or biological remains, preventing private ownership claims. Senators Chuck Schumer and Mike Rounds sponsored the bipartisan legislation, modeling it after previous declassification efforts of major historical events. While the president retained authority to delay releasing certain records for national security, the act required periodic reviews of such postponements. The legislation established the first formal government process for systematic UFO disclosure and investigation, marking an unprecedented shift in official policy toward sharing classified UFO information. Former intelligence officer Luis Elizondo revealed in a public interview that advanced technologies had been regularly entering controlled U.S. airspace and operating near military installations. He described multiple instances where unidentified objects came within 15 feet of combat aircraft and split military formations, demonstrating capabilities beyond known human technology. Elizondo confirmed details about the 1947 Roswell incident, stating a non-terrestrial vehicle had crashed and was recovered by the government. He noted official UAP sighting reports had increased from 143 to over 800 in recent years, with objects reportedly capable of interfering with nuclear facilities. The former intelligence official disclosed that some Pentagon officials had resisted briefing the Secretary of Defense about these phenomena, creating barriers to full disclosure. He described these encounters as a global phenomenon rather than isolated incidents. He revealed ongoing bipartisan congressional efforts to increase UAP transparency, with lawmakers from both parties receiving whistleblower briefings. His statements aligned with other recent government admissions about recovered non-human craft and unexplained aerial encounters near sensitive facilities.
The U.S. government for many decades has been investing a lot of taxpayer money looking into this topic here. And it turns out that there are absolutely technologies that are coming into our controlled U.S. airspace over our sensitive military installations, may have the ability to interfere with our nuclear equities. And yeah, it's real. And not only are pilots picking it up and reporting it, also we've got on electro-optical data like gun camera footage, FLIR footage, and also radar data. And it's not just here. It looks like it's pretty pervasive all over the world now. They are very interested in our military equities and capabilities and also our nuclear technology. These are things that can do things that none of our vehicles can replicate. Their performance capabilities are far beyond anything that we have. And quite frankly, there's not a whole lot we can do about it right now. You have a former director of national intelligence, a former director of CIA, a former president of the United States all coming out and saying officially, yeah, there's something to this. I mean, these things look like they are definitely interested in our stuff. When the government first came out with their new UFO program called Arrow, their first report said, yeah, there's 143 of these incidents, but we expect these numbers to go down as we figure them out. The next report that came out, there was over 300. The next report, there's now over 800. So the number's increasing, not decreasing.
What was at Roswell?
There was a crash. It was a vehicle that had broken into two pieces, and it was recovered by the United States government, taken to a secure military installation, and then from there it went out to certain locations. That went through the Pentagon review process, so I am legally able to talk about it. There are things that I'm still not yet allowed to talk about. The U.S. government is taking this topic very seriously. There's several pieces of legislation that are going through Congress right now. There are members in both the House and the Senate that have been briefed by whistleblowers on this topic, people who have been part of certain efforts, UAP efforts in the past. And by the way, for the first time, this is a bipartisan issue. You've got both liberals and conservatives on the Hill, can you believe it, of all things, UAP. We've spent many decades backing ourselves into a corner on this conversation. And the government has said publicly what its position is. Now it's in a situation where it's having to unwind that conversation and say, look, folks, we haven't always been completely forthcoming and truthful with you, and that's a hard conversation to have. Look, I personally think Americans can handle the truth about this topic. I think it is, I mean, we can joke a lot about it, but the reality is that these things, whatever they are, wherever they're from,
aliens.
This is real.
Yeah.
So,
these are real? All right.
Yeah, it's real. Whatever it is.
In October 2024, Luis Elizondo appeared on actress and neuroscientist Dr. Mayim Bialik's podcast to discuss new developments in UFO research. He elaborated on claims from the July 2023 congressional hearings about recovered non-human craft and shared updates on the All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office's progress in studying unexplained phenomena across air, sea, and space. Elizondo revealed new data linking aerial sightings with underwater and space-based anomalies that seem to defy known physics. He discussed potential interdimensional aspects of some UFO encounters, suggesting certain phenomena might originate from realms beyond current understanding of spacetime rather than distant solar systems. The conversation explored how confirmation of non-human intelligence could impact religious beliefs, geopolitical relationships, and humanity's worldview. Dr. Bialik's scientific background allowed for detailed examination of UAP research methodology and criteria for identifying truly anomalous phenomena. Elizondo disclosed that Arrow had made progress in understanding these technologies' potential applications while emphasizing the need to carefully manage public disclosure of information. He argued for declassification of UFO documents and greater information sharing between government agencies, scientific institutions, and the public.
I wonder, is there a possibility that there will be, I don't know, like mass hysteria, or that people will freak the F out if people act? Is that why people resist this information? Like, is that why my teenagers are like,
I think, first of all, America can handle the truth. And I think America deserves the truth. And I think the world does. There was a time where the U.S. government had several studies done where they said, if you have this conversation now, you're going to create panic and mass hysteria. People are going to lose their minds, are going to lose their faith in God. We cannot have this conversation now. That was a real study done by the U.S. government. I don't agree with that. Look, it's been the last 6-7 years now, and we've been having this conversation thanks to people like you that are willing to have this conversation, thanks to people like your audience that are interested and curious. And you know what? They're still paying their mortgages. They're still paying their cell phone bills. They're still going to the PTA meetings and with their kids at school. Society hasn't broken down, has it? What you're referring to is what is called sometimes as ontological shock, or this crisis of conscience, right? Where people say, I can't deal with this information. I just can't accept it. But look, we have been here before. Let's face it. These paradigm moments in humanity's existence occur all the time. They don't occur very often in one's lifetime, but they occur as a species all the time. And there are these moments, for example, where our universe gets suddenly a whole lot bigger. Maybe when we first come out of the cave and we gaze upon the heavens, we say, wow, the universe is really a lot bigger than the cave I live in. Maybe when we struck two rocks together and created fire, and all of a sudden now we could illuminate the darkness, and the monsters hiding behind the bushes, well, they were just bushes, right? Also, when maybe two fishermen were standing on a stony beach and one looks to the other and says, I'm going to sail over the horizon. I'm going to do that. And the other guy said, you can't do that because you're going to fall off the earth, and there's sea monsters and giant krakens. And maybe with this topic, we're just standing on the shores of another beach about to sail over the next horizon. This is maybe our destiny. This is where we are supposed to go as a species, as humanity, to constantly explore the unknown. It is in our DNA to reach for the heavens, reach for the stars, whether it's spiritually or intellectually or physically.
October 2024 in Washington, D.C., Jacob Barber, a former U.S. Air Force combat controller and aerospace mechanic, came forward as a whistleblower regarding non-human technology recovery operations. Barber testified to recovering multiple unidentified craft while working as a helicopter pilot at classified desert testing facilities following his military service between 2001 and 2024. He described retrieving a 20-foot pearly white egg-shaped craft with no visible seams or propulsion systems, getting within 150 feet of the object. This video would eventually be shared online several months later, showing a helicopter recovery operation of an egg-shaped object matching this description. Barber also reported recovering a disc-shaped craft referred to as the Acorn, which displayed 8 delineated sections when viewed from above. During one recovery operation involving a sealed container, Barber and his entire team developed severe radiation-like symptoms, including total hair loss, skin shedding, and heart problems. Stanford immunology professor Gary Nolan reviewed Barber's medical records and confirmed the injuries were consistent with radiation exposure affecting multiple team members simultaneously. Multiple special operations veterans, and Colonel John Glitch, a former Delta Force operator, corroborated aspects of Barber's accounts and credentials. Barber reported recovering classified hard drives containing UAP sensor data from remote locations, including an alpine lake, leading to what he described as attempts on his life by unknown parties. He continues to work with government agencies through Skywatcher while advocating for public disclosure of UAP programs.
What were you? What was I? Ross, I was a highly talented airplane mechanic who got to deploy on a number of presidential support missions.
You say you were an enlisted man, and then you ended up working for the intelligence community as a contractor. Tell me that story. How did that happen?
Everything changed for me right around 9/11. And I left the Air Force and was sent out to California at that time to begin establishing my cover basis for an independent contractor, so that I could serve what was coming down the line next for me. And that is the path which led to the UAP subject. A lot of the work we did was on what I call the range, where the US government and its private partners used to test all kinds of things, weapon systems and resilience to weapon systems of certain craft. Things come in and out of sight. Things disappear for a moment and reappear. Things seem to move very quickly. Things change color, they change shape. We did recover things that were exotic in nature in the sky, and we know they were classified craft. And we recovered them and took them back to where they go. The majority of what we see and do is explainable and is ordinary and is known by many people and is not classified. But there is a certain percentage which is extremely sensitive, and that extremely sensitive bit does include what we know is our own man-made advanced technology.
So you were seeing objects that complied with those weird observables.
Yes. So one of those that would raise your eyebrow is more of the transmedium characteristics, because things would come from the ground, like from the earth, from a ridge, from a mountain, or could pass through.
So they'd come out of a ridge?
Out of a ridge, yeah. In the rare occasion, or let's say the hypothetical occasion, something of a non-human origin or source were to interface with the ground, you would deploy that same team. And that is the segue and how we got involved with this particular subject. There's two objects that I'm here to talk about. One was the egg, the other is what we called an 8-gon. The 8-gon was essentially a flying disc with what looked like 8 delineated sections when looking down. And I can tell you what it looked like from looking down because that's primarily how I saw it, because I'm a helicopter pilot. We did recoveries with the 8-gons. There was more than one that made its way to the ground on this particular operation. This is one of the most profound experiences I've ever had in my life. I'm about to share with you, so bear with me. So as I get closer to this pick site, I start feeling odd. I start feeling extremely emotional. And the closer I get, the more the emotion starts to overwhelm me. I feel this intense hybrid of sadness and happiness and beauty and song. And it was very disruptive to me because I had a very practical responsibility at the time to operate a helicopter in the mountains at night. And I began wondering what was wrong with me. It was late. Am I just stressed? Am I tired? And I don't know. But as I came over this object for the pick, it was this overwhelming sense of emotion. I felt like something connected with me. I felt like something had tuned in to me and my soul and was providing me some sense of guidance on what to do and how profound what I was doing was. And it was so overwhelming that I began to cry. And then I'm confused as to why I'm crying at the same time. And then do I abort the mission? So I just did my best to focus on my particular cues when doing this type of work. And I got the load hooked up and I began flying away. And once it was just me and that object in between the pick and the drop site, there was about 20 miles in between, I felt like something was inside of me. I felt like I was possessed by the most beautiful spirit I'd ever been possessed by. And
was it loving?
It was loving. But there was a sense of sadness at the same time. And it was a very feminine energy, I'll tell you that. It felt like the spirit of God, but not in any masculine sense. And it wasn't like a soul, it was like a frequency that I was connected with. And whatever that force was since that night, it has stayed with me. And as crazy as this sounds, it's what's guiding me now. And it's what's providing protection for me. And it's changed my life. That object, or whatever was controlling that object, was also connecting to me through my mind. I think it was invited to land by the psionics team. A psionic person is someone with a predisposition for extral, temporal, you could say, abilities and sensitivities. In the program, there was certainly a desire to explore the idea that perhaps UAP could be summoned, could be communicated with, could be controlled, and could be persuaded to land, all by deploying people with psionic abilities, something like meditation.
There genuinely are people who can actually make a mental, spiritual connection to a technology.
Yes, 100%.
On November 13th, 2024, senior officials and experts testified at a bipartisan congressional oversight hearing that the U.S. government possesses extensive evidence of non-human technology and has concealed it from Congress. Former Navy Rear Admiral Tim Gillette described multiple UAP encounters with Navy pilots in 2015. including records of an urgent safety warning that was deleted after being sent to senior commanders. Former Pentagon intelligence official Lou Elizondo confirmed under oath the existence of UAP crash retrieval programs and recovered non-human materials. He revealed the Pentagon employs psychological operations officers specifically to handle UAP inquiries and suppress information. Journalist Michael Schellenberger presented a leaked 12-page document detailing Immaculate Constellation, a classified Department of Defense program maintaining high-definition imagery of unexplained craft. The whistleblower report described multiple incidents involving structured objects demonstrating capabilities far beyond known technology. During questioning, witnesses disclosed that UAPs frequently interfere with military operations, particularly around nuclear facilities. Former NASA official Michael Gold testified about institutional resistance to scientific study of the phenomena. Committee members from both parties expressed alarm at the extent of government secrecy surrounding UAP evidence, and called for greater transparency regarding recovered materials and technological capabilities that could affect national security.
UAP are real. Advanced technologies not made by our government or any other government are monitoring sensitive military installations around the globe. Furthermore, the U.S. is in possession of UAP technologies, as are some of our adversaries. I believe we are in the midst of a multi-decade secretive arms race, one funded by misallocated taxpayer dollars and hidden from our elected representatives and oversight bodies.
How would you characterize UAPs?
An enigma, sir, and a frustration. We're talking about technologies that can outperform anything we have in our inventory. And if this was an adversarial technology, this would be an intelligence failure eclipsing that of 9/11 by an order of magnitude. I do believe there's a lot of information regarding this topic, and I've been very vocal about it, that should be shared not only with the public, but most importantly, with members of Congress.
Are there UAP programs operating without proper congressional oversight?
100%.
On November 18, 2024, a wave of unexplained drone sightings began over New Jersey that would soon spread to military installations worldwide. Initial reports from Morris and Somerset counties described large unidentified drones operating at night, with law enforcement confirming the activity. By November 20th, similar craft were reported over 4 U.S.-operated bases in the United Kingdom. The incidents escalated through December, with sightings near nuclear facilities, military bases, and critical infrastructure. Officials noted these were not typical consumer drones. Some described as car-sized craft, capable of evading detection systems and demonstrating advanced capabilities. At the Salem and Hope Creek nuclear sites, multiple large drones hovered overhead, while anti-drone countermeasures proved ineffective. Law enforcement revealed the objects operated every single night for 6 to 7 hours, often shutting off their lights when approached. The craft demonstrated sophisticated behaviors including rapid acceleration, silent operation, and possible electronic warfare capabilities, with reports of GPS and aircraft system interference near the New Jersey coast. No explanation emerged for the origins of these craft. The wave has continued into 2025, though with less media coverage, spreading to additional locations including Barksdale Air Force Base in Louisiana and Wright-Patterson in Ohio. Congressional hearings and classified briefings followed, but officials provided no definitive answers about who was operating these sophisticated vehicles or their purpose in surveilling sensitive U.S. facilities.
Tonight, as the mysterious sightings spread from Maryland to New York, New Jersey, and beyond, so too do calls from local and state officials for answers and accountability.
So this started in November. Is it possible that people just started looking up in November?
I think it's possible. I spoke to the sheriff. He told me drones have been around for a while, but not to this degree.
Republican State Senator John Bramnick, thank you so much for joining us, Senator. We appreciate your time this morning. What new information can you share this morning from state and federal law enforcement?
You know, this started as some questions, and now it's reached a point of almost insanity. If the Department of Defense doesn't know where the origins are for these so-called drones, then we're in trouble. We always thought that if there was something in the air the size of a car, that the Department of Defense would know where it came from, what its origin was, and what its purpose was.
President-elect Trump is calling for government transparency, which you are as well. He's saying maybe shoot them down if we don't get any more information. What is your reaction to that?
Well, I would leave that up to the Department of Defense. But how can the Department of Defense not provide information to the public? This is a shock to me. You know, I have a general belief in government, but this is taking me to the end of my belief that government is really being honest. My guess is there is information, but they're holding it back. And now what you have is panic. Originally some questions, now you have serious concerns, and at the next point, somebody's going to do something stupid. No evidence that this is a threat. What does that mean? How does that help an average citizen and understand? No evidence of a threat? You mean they didn't do anything sinister yet? Well, you know, yet. Yeah, I probably can make that statement, and I have no top secret clearance. Every single person, Democrat or Republican, has been calling for the same thing. That's why I have some concern that there is something very secret going on, because how did the people with the technology have no idea, except it's not, if they're saying it's not a threat, it must be something going on that's real top secret. I've never seen anything go on this long. And why would the government allow the public to be so frustrated?
Right.
Whatever these drones are doing, the government really doesn't want us to know. What that must mean is they're more concerned with us getting knowledge and being afraid of that information than having no knowledge and having all these questions. It must be something going on that they can't tell us, because they are so fearful of what the public's going to do when they hear what the drones are doing. There's no way the Department of Defense does not know what's going on.
On January 21st, 2025, prominent UFO historian Richard Dolan gave an extensive interview discussing the ongoing wave of UAP disclosures and their implications. During his discussion, he described a factional struggle within the U.S. national security establishment between those pushing for transparency and those resisting it. Dolan noted that while progress has been made since the 2017 New York Times revelations, the conversation remains restricted around acknowledging something real without directly addressing non-human intelligence. He cited historical parallels, including the JFK assassination, where society broadly accepts a truth that remains officially unacknowledged. Drawing on over 30 years of research, Dolan emphasized technological capabilities far beyond known human achievement, describing craft that can hover silently and instantly accelerate to thousands of miles per hour. He predicted that while full government disclosure is unlikely, mounting leaks and pressure may force limited admissions about recovered materials and non-human entities. Speaking on the rapidly advancing drone wave crisis, Dolan suggested many sightings align with historical UFO behavior patterns, particularly around nuclear facilities and military installations. He expressed skepticism that all incidents could be explained by conventional human technology, noting reported capabilities exceed even the latest military drone advancements.
Does it feel like we're reaching, the light at the end of the tunnel as far as disclosure is concerned, in your view?
I would say yes and no. There has definitely been a change since 2017. It shocked me as much as anybody else. It was like this huge explosion in our little community, little at the time. And there has been a major sea change in how we as a society are able to talk about this. So we can now talk about UAP, not UFOs, but UAP in national context without ridicule, without people rolling their eyes, with no X-Files music anymore. All of that is gone. So that's absolutely a positive thing. Now, the question is, where are we now and where is this conversation? We are able to discuss the fact that there seems to be something real that is unexplained. So that's good. But we've been dancing around this little subject now for 7 years. I mean, the ET question, or the non-human, the NHI question, has been sitting there in the room for these last 7+ years, and we're still not really addressing it, nor are we really addressing the implications. Like, what does it mean that the United States government has engaged in a 70, 80-year lie to the public about this subject? My own interpretation of why conversation has opened up. So you have you have a couple of different perspectives. One is that this is an op designed from above to roll out a controlled disclosure. There is truth to that, but I think that the reason for this is that we're dealing with a factional struggle within the national security establishment, is my own opinion. So that there have always been individuals who genuinely do believe in some measure of openness and some measure of transparency on the subject. So there's a war, a secret war going on, not so secret now, behind the scenes regarding this. And that war involves media. It involves what we can call our official establishment. I call it the fourth stage of humanity. And you think of it this way, in terms of our social fundamental organization, we go from hunting and gathering for hundreds of thousands, really millions of years. Since Homo erectus, essentially 2 million years ago, we started hunting and gathering and organizing our lives around that. And then only about 10 or 15,000 years ago, we start discovering sedentary agriculture and domestication of animals, which radically transformed how we organize ourselves as a society. And that we can call that stage 2 of humanity, the agricultural phase. And that gave us civilization. It gave us writing. It gave us the wheel. It gave us metallurgy. It gave us the Roman Empire and all of these other cool things in our world. And then we go to stage 3, where we really discover science and advanced technology, the Industrial Revolution, roughly starting about 300 years ago. And that fundamentally transformed human society again. Did we have any control over that? No, we just naturally got into it. It just happened. And now we're looking at a fourth stage where you have the confluence of the digitalization of our world, essentially with artificial intelligence, and the digital information explosion, which is causing our world to go through a completely different transformation, in my view, that we have no control over. We can't stop this. We don't have control over this. Fast forward to ET. We are becoming a different kind of society. It's not 100% clear to know exactly all the contours of that society, what it will actually entail. We're moving toward a very centralized kind of a system, kind of like an intelligent ant colony of micromanaged human beings. And that's the society that will have to deal with ET disclosure, it seems to me. The thing is, this truth will come out. It's going to come out. It's impossible not to. It's impossible not to. We can't help ourselves.
The pace of revelations has accelerated dramatically since 2017, with each new disclosure raising more questions than answers. The truth seems closer than ever, yet still just out of reach. The question is no longer whether UFOs are real, but rather what they represent and why this information has been kept hidden for so long. We appear to be approaching a turning point in our understanding of humanity's place in the cosmos. Whatever emerges in the months and years ahead, it's clear that the phenomenon documented across millennia of human experience can no longer be dismissed or denied. What do you believe comes next? And are we ready for it? Thank you for watching.